we go. Good afternoon. Hi. Today is Wednesday, September 4th, 2024, and this is the regular meeting of the City of Marina Council. Can we please get a roll call?
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember Biala. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Thank you, Nina. City Attorney, do we have any changes to the closed session agenda?
No changes.
Thank you. So I
Public-
don't see any public, by the way, I forgot the public comment again, but I don't see anybody in the room or online. So we'll open and close the public comment. And we will now go into closed session and we will reconvene at 6:30 p.m. in this room. Thank you.
Either I'm getting shorter or this chair is getting lower. It's probably me getting shorter. All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Special shout out to our police commander, Steve Russo. Hello, Steve. Good to see you. This is our regular city council meeting of September 4th, 2024. And that's Guido, our director of community service, community development department. Hello, Guido. So we've been in closed session since 5 p.m. and our city attorney, Renee Ortega, is going to summarize that for us.
So yes, council took no reportable action.
Moment of silence, and then Angelique is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Angelique, for being a good sport. Okay, we have some wonderful presentations tonight. The first regarding Jacob's Heart, and Elizabeth Fisher, our Mayor Pro Tem, is going to introduce this and then turn it over to Catherine from Jacob's Heart.
Yes, thank you for being here, Catherine. So proclamation, whereas the character of our community is revealed in how we treat our most vulnerable, and whereas each year 19.2 in every 100,000 children in our community will be diagnosed with cancer, and whereas cancer remains the leading cause of death by disease among children, more than asthma, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, congenital anomalies, and AIDS combined. And so whereas it is important for all Marina City residents to recognize the impact of pediatric cancer on families within our community and honor the children in our community whose lives have been cut short by cancer. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Delgado, Mayor of the City of Marina, hereby declare September 2024 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Marina, and do hereby honor Jacob's Heart's Children's Cancer Support Services for outstanding support to our community and acknowledge the organization's contributions to Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. So I now I would like to invite Catherine to come and talk.
Thank you to the mayor and to the council for proclaiming September Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. I know that everyone at Jacob's Heart, including our staff, volunteers, and all of our families, we have about 380 families in service, appreciate it. September is a very important time for us to advocate for our families and to continue spreading awareness for them. And this is a huge part in that. So thank you on behalf of everyone at Jacob's Heart.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. Catherine, would you like a photograph? Andrea is volunteering to take it. Well, let's all join her. Only two of us here. By the way, Councilmember Biala and Councilmember McCarthy are doing double duty tonight. They're participating in a Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District's Board of Directors meeting. And at least Brian's going to join us as soon as he can tonight. Okay, our next presentation regards Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. And Councilmember McAdams is going to lead us through that. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas ovarian cancer is the fifth leading cause of cancer deaths of women in the United States and causes more deaths than any other gynecological cancer. Whereas in the United States, a woman's lifetime risk of being diagnosed with ovarian cancer is about 1 in 78. And whereas the American Cancer Society estimates 19,680 cases of ovarian cancer will be newly diagnosed in 2024, and 12,740 individuals will die from the disease nationwide, including 2,300 new cases and 1,410 deaths in California. Whereas the 5-year survival rate for ovarian cancer is 50%, and survival rates vary greatly depend on the stage of the diagnosis. Whereas there is not currently an effective diagnostic tool for screening and early detection does not exist. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Bruce Delgado, and the City Council of the City of Marina hereby proclaim September 2024 as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Marina. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. And the Carmel resident that urged us to present this, wasn't able to make it tonight, but we really appreciate her suggestion. Okay, so I'm going to read the next one, and that regards National Recovery Month, September 2024. The impact of mental and substance abuse disorders and co-occurring disorders is apparent in our local community, including a great number of residents in Marina whom are affected. Mental and substance abuse disorders, including co-occurring disorders, affect all communities nationwide. And through Recovery Month, people become more aware and able to recognize the signs of mental and substance abuse disorders. The Recovery Month observance continues to work to improve the lives of those affected by mental and substance abuse disorders. Therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Bruce Carlos Delgado, Mayor of the City of Marina, on behalf of the entire City Council, do proclaim that the month of September 2024 is our National Recovery Month in the City of Marina. And I want to give thanks to the people working in the trenches, 3 of whom are with us today: Angelique, who led us in the pledge, and Katia and Amy. And Katia and Amy, if you'd like to come up and say a few words, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Sun Street Centers, we would like to thank you, Mayor and council members, for providing us with this proclamation. We hope to continue serving the residents of the City of Marina with our recovery and prevention services. Lastly, we would like to highlight our new program that we just opened here in the City of Marina, Hope Housing, where we serve individuals and families with mental health and substance abuse disorders. And I'm going to have Amy talk a little bit more about the program that we want to highlight, especially during Recovery Month.
Hi, so what Hope Housing does is we collaborate closely with behavioral health, HRC, and interim to provide stable, permanent housing to homeless individuals and families here in the City of Marina. And thank you very much.
And Amy, what's the location, or do you not divulge that?
Yes. Sorry. Our location where people can go and ask about our services is MacArthur Drive. I can't remember the number.
Is it the old
It's-
Nancy Dodd Center?
Yes, right there.
Pueblo
Exact
Del
spot.
Mar, Nancy Dodd.
Yeah, so it's now Hope Housing.
That's Hope Housing. Okay.
Yes.
So it kind of went from temporary to permanent supportive housing.
Yes, it's like Hope Housing 2.0. Mhm.
Okay.
So we have wraparound services now. Same, concept, except it's not just for families, it's also for individuals.
And you have approximately 55 units,
56.
56 units.
Yes.
And it's permanent. So if I move in there, if a person is in need, they can stay there.
It's
forever.
it's still bridge housing, transitional housing.
Okay.
The goal is to get them into permanent housing.
Is there a
and-
2-year limit?
1 to 2 years, yes.
1 to 2 years. Okay. I heard you use the word permanent, and I thought that meant long-term.
Yeah, it's bridge housing. I meant to say our
Yeah.
goal is to get them into permanent housing eventually.
All right.
Yes. And that's where HRC comes in, Housing Resource Center.
And is the former Nancy Dodd Center still used as sort of a community room, facility for serving those 55 private units or?
Yes, absolutely. Sun Street Centers is still there. We still have the community center and we hope to put on events and, you know, join the community and things that are taking place and just get more involved and get our residents more involved.
All right, that's wonderful. And for those of us who haven't been there, to see 55 families, you know, revolving through getting the help they need when they have both substance abuse and mental health issues, and graduation ceremonies and special events, meals and things like that around the holidays. It's really a wonderful atmosphere to experience. So thank you.
And I do want to highlight that before it used to be that you had to have a substance abuse disorder, but now it's open just for mental health as well. So, you know, I really, really believe that this helps us serve more in the community. Another thing too, that being that it is individuals, we're able to have more people housed because they're able to live in like a roommate kind of situation. And that allows for more residents to be able to be in the unit.
All right. Thank you, Katya and Amy and Angelique. Thank you for
You're
joining
welcome.
us tonight. Would you like to take a photo?
Yes, please.
Council, would you like to join in?
Photobombing you guys back. So you know. All right, let me get one more.
Okay, our Director of Recreation and Cultural Services is going to give us an update. Andrea Willer, thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's a privilege to be up here to give you a overview of our summer activities in recreation. There's a lot of slides, but I'm going to go through them rather quickly. It's really the pictures that matter. So tonight we're going to talk about staffing, youth programs, special events and facilities, all that occurred over summer. And by summer, I mean strictly July and August. Our summers are getting shorter and shorter. So I want to talk about staffing first, because without staffing, quality staffing, engaged staffing, the rest of it doesn't come together. So just want to quickly go over, over the summer, we had 20 part-time staff. They worked a total of 2,800 hours in those 2 months and earned wages of $52,000 for those 2 months. And I highlight that because I just want to point out that we are part of the economic development of Marina. We're putting money back into the economy. The vast majority of our employees are City of Marina residents. A lot of them are in school. And so they worked really hard this summer, and we're really proud to give back to them. We also are trying to pour into our staff with more training and professional development. So we had an all-day retreat right before the summer started, and Dr. Ross, who's a associate professor for CSUMB in education and leadership, he came and did an 1.5-hour workshop with our staff regarding strategies to deal with disruptive behavior, which I know it's a surprise, but we deal with that at the youth center and sometimes at the teen center too. Dr. Ross actually does all of the classroom management training for the entire MPUSD school district. So we were lucky to get him. He was fantastic, very engaging and interactive training. And then we had 3 of our staff earn a scholarship to do training at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. 2 different training sessions, one called Maker-Centered Learning and the other is Storytelling and Place-Based Learning. Again, very interactive, hands-on training on how to really engage kids and help them feel safe and nurtured and therefore trusting enough to kind of open up and engage in activities. The 3 part-time staff came back and said they've never experienced anything like that, and really appreciated the opportunity. So we're going to continue to pour into our staff and build them up and give them the skills that they need, because without that, we're not going to be successful with the rest of our programs. So now going into summer 2024 programming, believe it or not, in those 2 months, we offered 23 different programs. We served 584 participants. Out of the 584 participants, 50 received a scholarship in order to be able to access the program. In those 2 months, programs that ran over those 2 months, we generated $44,000 in revenue. To put that in perspective, that's 267% higher than the revenue we brought in the same 2 months in 2023. So 2023, we brought in about $12,000. And in 2024, we brought in almost $45,000. So I'm very proud of that. That did not come with an increase to fees. It really was adding 2 new programs that we'll talk about in a little bit. And I think the other was having a very robust but user-friendly software program where people could register and pay online with their credit cards from their couch. We just made it easy peasy. And so I think that was a huge contributing factor as well. And we'll just go through each program quickly. This is our traditional program that's been going on for years, 9-week program, 8 to 6, so 450 hours of service. We served 100 participants and we had 14 on the wait list. So one of the things we want to look at in the future is how can we expand our programming knowing we can't expand the building yet. So we're looking at creative ways to do that, serve more people without necessarily over impacting the community center. Marina Youth Basketball Camp is a very popular program. We had 35 participants. Ron neglected to get a good picture, so I just had to go to my fallback, Caitlin Clark. Marina Youth Skateboard Camp, very popular 2-week camp, 30 hours of service, 28 participants. That's always a real fun one. Intro to Sports Camp is really fun. It's for the youngest of our kids and really just giving them the basic introduction to a variety of different sports. We only had 6 participants this year. We supplemented that with some kids that were in the full day summer camp just to have enough kids to make it work. This was a new program that we brought on. So specialty camps, we contracted with a company called Fun for All. Everything was run out of the teen center. They came in with all the supplies, the instructor, everything, turnkey program. We had 116 participants in slime camp, Lego camp, science camp, all kinds of things. And that was cost neutral. So we charged the participants exactly what we were charged by the company in order to keep the costs low and generate interest since it was our first year. But every single camp filled up with the minimum, and it was a really fun first experience. Another new program that we engaged in was the After School Enrichment Program with MPUSD. This was actually held on the Olson Elementary School site. Ron Powell took the lead on this and had 2 of our very top-end employees manage that program with him. So it was every day of summer school, 60 hours of service. We interacted with over 300 different participants. And the contract for that was $12,000. So that was new revenue. So about $12,000 in new revenue for this program, about $12,000 in new revenue for the specialty camps. The other $8,000 is really, I think, a reflection of people paying online and there were no loopholes for anyone to maybe slip through the cracks. Last slide on programs. 68% of our participants are Marina residents. I think that's the first time we've had a really clear number because it's all through the software again, and we didn't have to go through and manually tabulate the paper applications. So 68% are residents. We will continue to track that. And again, 44,267% increase. On top of all that programming, there was a lot going on, but we also ran a lot of special events over the summer. So we had National Parks and Recreation Month, which you all know about. We did some really fun kind of casual things with our summer camps. We had a pizza in the park day. We had popsicle day. We had a ping pong tournament where all staff participated. We had a dodgeball tournament where all staff participated, just to make July really fun. We had a Willy Fun for Everyone event out at the pump track, which was very successful. Even though it was cold and windy, we still had about 100 people show up. We did 3 movies in the park: Migration, Cars, and Maverick. We assisted and helped out with the Marina employee lunch. And then most recently, we were out at the CSUMB Otter Cross Cultural Center block party, talking to students about volunteer opportunities, service learning opportunities, our multicultural fair, and how they can get involved in that. So we were out quite a bit in the community, as you can see. And then on top of that, we had some facility improvements that I want to share with you. This is what the Teen Center basketball court used to look like. And that picture is actually, it looks better than it did before we resurfaced it, because you can still see the white lines. By the time we resurfaced it, there were no white lines left. It was just a cracked black asphalt surface. And this is what it looks like now. So we added a bright orange ball at center court. We added some Marina color into the keys and the free throw line. Also got brand new backboards. So the old backboards, I don't know if they're on here. Whoops. How do I go back? The old backboards were original 15 years ago, and they're kind of the white plastic oval shape. These are much more contemporary. And we're already getting calls from the public saying, how do I get on that court? When do I get to use the court? Can I rent the court? So we're having conversations about possibly doing something like that. Sorry, going the wrong direction. All right, Vince DiMaggio flooring. That's the before picture. I did a close-up in case you forgot about the gravel pebbled aggregate. That's what we started with. And we went with a sheet vinyl, and you can see that it really brightens the space. It's nice and smooth, clean, much brighter. Because that project came in under budget, we were actually able to do a little bit more. We had all of the doors resurfaced or refinished inside and out. So they've all been sanded down and stained. All of the kick plates were sanded and painted. Everything was kind of given a fresh look. We actually had enough money to remodel the kitchen. So this is what the kitchen used to look like with that teal colored Formica countertop. And now it is this beautiful light gray cabinets, white Corian countertops and backsplash. It's absolutely beautiful. We are going to do some sort of little open house at some point. We have a few minor punch list things that need to get done first, but we do want to have a nice open house so everyone can see the improvements there. Super happy with that project. Equestrian Center. This was the bathroom in the front main entrance for all the customers. That was the bathroom. And this is the bathroom today. So as you can see, dramatic difference, ADA compliant. The window in the back will get fixed. It's currently boarded up, but that will be fixed. But it just turned out really, really nice. This was the kitchenette / break room at the Equestrian Center. And this is it today. So again, high-end finishes. It's just beautiful. In addition to being used as a break room for employees, we will be renting out that main multi-purpose room for reservations, private rentals, as well as city-sponsored events. So having a nice kitchen and bathroom is going to make all the difference. And then youth center. So that's what the youth center looked like at the end of the academic year, kind of crowded with a lot of big pool tables, air hockey tables, foosball tables, great artwork and murals, but really dated and starting to chip and fade and whatnot. So we actually did a team building project where we asked employees if they wanted to come to work. We would pay them, but it was a volunteer assignment. They didn't have to come paint because it's not in their job description. And we had a good handful of people that wanted to come, and it was great because that's what it looks like today. So really cleaned up the space, fresh paint, new backpack hooks. It was a really hard weekend. It was a lot of work, but it was fun because most of the part-timers had never held a paintbrush. And so they learned a new skill, how to sand, how to paint, how to spackle. And that was a really good project. We also had some community members volunteer as well. And then we gave them a new Lego wall, and that just went up today. Tyler from Public Works built it and installed it for us, and the kids just gravitated to it. The second we told them it was open, you can see there's 8-10 kids there, and just having a field day. So they were really, really excited about that. And it was just a really easy, inexpensive upgrade to the space. So. Coming up, we have another movie in the park on its way, and then we're going to have a new event, a pet-friendly Halloween event by popular demand. Almost every event we had over the summer, people would say, when are you going to do like a dog parade or whatever? So we're going to give it a try. So let's see, movie in the park on the 21st. Is that Maverick? Yeah. And then that's Top Gun Part 2 is Maverick. Yeah. I haven't seen it yet either. These flyers aren't 100% complete, so I haven't printed them off. I just wanted to let you know what's going on. So Halloween will be on Sunday, October 27th from 11 to 2. There will be prizes for best costume, not only for your pet, but bonus points if you and your pet have a matching outfit or some sort of theme. And then on the 31st itself, we will have 2 different events, one up here in the parking lot that's more youth oriented, and then a second one down at Los Arbolos that is more teen oriented. So those are the things coming up. And that's, fall programs, youth center, we have 100 members, which is our capacity, starting to take wait list members. Teen center, we have 123, and senior center members, 125. So that's where we stand as we start the fall.
What are our capacities on the latter two?
That's an interesting question. The teen center physical capacity in the building is 116. We have in the past had up to 250 teen members because they don't all show up at the same time every day. Typically we get 60 to 70 in the building at any given time. And senior center members, I think we've capped it at 200, but we can spread them out over multiple activities and multiple venues. And so that one's not as challenging. Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you for the great lineup that you provide us.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Questions for Andrea from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. Just one question. You mentioned that for the summer program, 68% of the kids came from Marina. Do you know where the other 32% came from? Just curious.
I would have to go through and do a different report by zip code probably. The report I ran was just resident or non-resident, but we can run reports by zip code.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, I hear an announcement about our fire department open house. Our fire chief, Doug McCowan, is also running our audio video for our Zoom meeting tonight, along with Fred Smith behind the curtain.
I know. Well, thank you, Mayor, council members. I just want a quick invite to the public, to the council, to everybody who may be watching. We have our annual open house on Tuesday, October 8th. It's in between council meetings, so it'll be, we always have a lot of fun activities, especially for the kids and the families. It's a great time. Our firefighters will be there. We'll have our breast cancer awareness shirts will be there. And it's always a really good time. So please, mark your calendars, 4 to 7 p.m. on October 8th. It's going to be at 208 Palm Street, right downstairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Okay, time for council and staff announcements. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. The Monterey Bay Aquarium is offering free admission to Monterey County residents for the month of October. And starting September 10th, you can go online and secure your free tickets. You will have to make a reservation and get the tickets online. Also, Saturday, September 14th, 10 a.m. is Dad's Read at the Marina Library. It'll be Coach Nelson, and apparently he's going to bring some football players from the Marina football team, Go Mariners, to play catch. There'll be gymnastics, the clothing exchange, and the Monterey County Food Bank produce truck. And then lastly, this Saturday is the Marina Foundation's Marina Man and Woman of the Year. And I would like to congratulate this year's recipients, Erica Graham, Woman of the Year, Joey Silva, Man of the Year, and Mike Mast is getting the Marina Lifetime of Service Award. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jenny. Kind of following up on Jenny's Marina High School announcement, wanted to mention that the Marina JV football team beat Pacific Grove last Friday night. So good for them. And on September 7th, this coming Saturday, we're going to have a 4-hour volunteer event outside the Marina Library. We'll be transplanting native plants from small pots to big pots for planting at Hilltop Park next year. And we'll also be spreading mulch on a pollinator garden inside the library parking lot, one of the islands there. And then on September 8th, by the way, that's outside the Marina Library from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. this coming Saturday, September 7th. And then on Sunday, the following day, September 8th, we're going to have our monthly Citizens for Sustainable Marina litter pickup. It's about 14 roadside miles along Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard and the bike path, all the way from the roundabout at Del Monte and Beach Road to Highway 1 on-ramp past the Charlie Benson Lane entrance to the landfill. So that's 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Meet at the Southern Junction of Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard, and there's free lunch provided to volunteers at both of these events on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, so anyone else? Okay, so we're going to move on. Any other staff announcements? Hi, Belinda. We're going to move on to public comment. This is for the consent agenda or for things that are not on, topics that are not on the rest of tonight's agenda. And so we're going to move over now to public comment. Let's start with those present in the room. Does anyone in the council chambers wish to come to the podium to provide any public comment? And Elizabeth, you're related to which item?
Public comments.
Oh, you're going to make public comment.
Yes.
So sorry. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. While staff is trying to get photos online, this is about the City of Marina's facilities. Our council member, Kathy Biala, took some photos that we would like to share just to show what the facilities look like. And staff present here would be able to tell you more because you come in every day and use those facilities. But pictures are worth 1,000 words. So hopefully I don't need to say anything. How long can I stretch this? Oh, there we go. Okay. So yes, we can just probably go through them quite quickly. Yes. Thank you for just keep on going the next one. Yes. So here you can see sandbags and tarp on the roof of the council chambers and the building next door. Next, please. Wires on floors exposed. Mail slot in the door. Very pure security. Next, please. Examples of disrepair throughout the facilities. Like I said, the photos will speak 1,000 words. This is just what staff sees every day. These people are, you see this, yes. So next, please. Single pane windows and the security. It's a tiny little lock that it's well, anyway, it's hard to handle. Again, wires on floors that are taped down. A lock has been changed, but nobody bothered to paint the door. Next, please. Outdated ceiling fixtures all over the place. Just, you can see there have been some damages and it has not been repaired. It has never been replaced. So this is what is throughout the facilities. The plumbing, not always sanitary. Next, please. Oh, this is here. More wires. They really like exposed wires. Okay. Next, please. Yeah, windows that are covered by plastic. You know, no formal window coverings. It's just somebody at one point thought it was a good. Well, it needed to be covered, and they just put up some black plastic, which has never been replaced. Okay, next, please. More exposed wires, even in rooms where children are. So not good at all. And same thing, you know, some damages that have not been repaired. And if you add this all up, it's all over the buildings. Next, please. Oh, this is the community room, the kitchen. Well, you can see for yourself. Doesn't look very modern or clean or maintained. And I don't know what you, oh yeah, more, well, again, not updated at all. Let's just say it that way. It's just, I assume that most of you, if not all, in your own homes, you have better facilities than what our staff has to work with every single day. So thank you very much. And thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Anybody else present in the room wish to speak tonight on public comment at this time? Okay, let's go to those remote speakers, starting with Caroline. Welcome, Caroline, and good evening.
Good evening, Council.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Caroline Carroll, and I've been a Marina resident for 8 years now, and I've chose to raise my 3 children in this community. I'd like to draw your attention to local parks within Marina with no fencing. Our parks have no gates except for 2 in East Garrison. Children with autism disorder come with some safety concerns, including eloping, running towards the street, and lack of communication. For instance, in 2021 and 2020, I'm not sure if it was 21 or 22, but at Windy Hill Park, there was an incident with a child that eloped and was found hours later on Blanco Road near Marina Airport. That incident was a community-wide impact and initially drew my attention to the need for gates around the park. I'm sure most of you can remember it was like Halloween. Everyone was out with their flashlights looking for that child. So this is not a lack of supervision on our part as parents, but rather children on the spectrum seeking the opportunity. For those with multiple children, it is much more difficult to chase after a child or children running in different directions. So I'd like you to please consider amending the plans for upgrades to include adding fencing around Windy Hill Park and the new parks in Sea Haven and any other parks that the Planning Commission are considering to make inclusive and accessible to children with all abilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol, for coming forward. And we did receive your email, so we appreciate that as well. Okay, let's go to Peter. Welcome, Peter.
Good evening, mayors and council members. I submit a written letter to the council by email. So I have several questions on the measure yield. So my first question is regarding the $50 million bond and your engineer estimate for the 3 buildings is cost only $14 million. So my question is the $10 million difference. Does the city plan to build the new council chamber and new city hall with the remaining money? My several questions is regarding to the claim by the city that the measure yield will decrease the response time for first responder. In my letter, it showed that the responder time for emergency do not reduce, actually increase because the closure of the existing fire station at the airport. So if you can look at it and let me know. And the rest of my letter regarding the lack of equal fire protection service for the northern areas of Marina. So those areas are in District 3. And if you look at the information provided by the fire chief for the measure yield, those areas still have the inadequate response time, travel time 4 minutes, and response time 5 minutes, 20 seconds with 90% of the responding. So to me, those people, low income, a lot of minorities, and I fairly comfortable and tell you that the city discriminated those residents, and these areas have received poor service for nearly 5 decades. And for the last 3 years, the city measure have not provide any detailed analysis or explanation why the new second fire station will be built. And the city kept silent and leave these people in poor service for who no longer could be decades. And I'd like to get the city council address this discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, and to Carol before you. Carol, we hope that your suggestion about fencing our local parks, that you contact our city manager at 831-884-1278 through our city clerk, and she'll arrange for you to have a conversation with our city manager so the two of you can further discuss your suggestion. And Peter, you too, I hope that you can meet with our fire chief to talk about the response time increase or decrease that you believe will happen, as well as the equity of fire response that you've outlined in your comments. And I think our city manager can answer your question where the other 10 million is going if it's only a 40 million engineer estimate and a $50 million bond with a 10 million delta. So we're not here to answer those questions now as our policy, but we have staff follow up on those items. So we hope, Peter, that you can talk to our fire chief about some of those items and our city manager about the $40 million question you had. But thank you very much. And now let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise.
Hi.
Hi.
So my question is, so we're seeing now on MGM Road and Preston Drive, we're seeing what looks like it's going to be the roundabout. And I'm noticing that there's no sound wall. There's no sound wall there yet. And I could see how a sound wall built up on the road would block the view shed. But is there any plan for some kind of a wall down the hills away? Because we have had a multiple car accident at that intersection. Both cars were ejected from the road, and one actually got down far enough that it wiped out part of a fence, a back fence on one of the Preston Park units. So that's my question. Is there going to be a lower fence there? That's it, guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Denise. And I hope the city manager or our engineers can answer whether there'll be a sound wall near the roundabout, down the hill some distance, and to talk to you about your safety concerns where that fence was damaged by an errant vehicle. So thank you. And let's go to Paula Pelot. Good evening, Paula.
Good evening, Bruce. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hi.
Great, great. Been a long.
I'm sorry, Paula, that was my fault. Let's try again.
Okay, there we are. So it's with great sadness tonight that I come to you with news that you may not be aware of, some may be, that the Marina community lost a very generous, forward-thinking, and valued community member on July 31st with the passing of Dennis Paul Dyrud. Dennis was someone who readily contributed his time, intelligence, compassion, and support to many causes, both locally, regionally, and nationally. He also not only served his community graciously, but served his country with his military service in Vietnam, where he was gravely injured and was awarded a Purple Heart. He also served as the chapter officer for the local labor organization, the National Active and Retired Federal Employees Association in Marina. But most of all, Dennis's kindness, sense of humor, and human decency enriched all of us who were fortunate enough to have known him. And he earned all of our love and respect. And I will personally miss him greatly in our late night calls talking about everything on earth and beyond. And we just will miss him. He was a very good person, and I just wanted to respect him and let everyone know in the community of his passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I wasn't aware, but I too will miss Dennis. He's been an acquaintance of mine for quite some time, and he was always thinking of how to help the community locally and, as you mentioned, nationally, especially for retired folks. Thank you very much, Paula. Okay, anyone else online that would like to provide any comment? And while we give you a moment to think about raising your hand, let's go over to Councilmember McAdams. Perhaps you had something?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering if perhaps we can close the meeting in honor of Dennis this evening. That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, not seeing any hands raised. Let's close the public comment period. And we'll move on to our consent agenda. Now, this is going to be interesting. We have 10G1 and 10G2. Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Vischer is going to step out for those. So we're going to break those away. So I would like to entertain a motion on the consent agenda minus those two items first, but let our city attorney weigh in if we're doing this properly.
No, that's right. But I think once she walks out of the room, you lose a quorum.
Yeah, that's the tricky part. So let's do the agenda minus those two items. If we could have a motion for that. Is there a second?
So moved.
Okay. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll move those, that motion passes, the three of us unanimous. We'll move 8G1 and 2 to the end of our agenda, expecting a Councilmember McCarthy and maybe Viola to join us, but we should have a quorum a little bit later. If not, can those items wait or must they be approved tonight?
I understand they must be approved tonight.
Okay, so we will try our best to get them, but we need a quorum and we don't have a quorum minus our Mayor Pro Tem. All right, so we're going to move on to other action items. I'm sorry. We just did. I had a question about consent. We just passed it.
No, we.
Yes. I thought the motion was to approve the remainder of the consent minus those two items. I thought we only voted to move those to the end. No, that doesn't require a motion. So I think we should do that again so I'll motion that we reconsider the motion we just made. Is there a second? Yes. Okay, all in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we have a clean slate. Go ahead, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
I had a remark about 10D, award of bid. I just noticed a typo. If I counted correctly, it's 6 times in the staff report where it says Monway Bay Engineering. It should say Monway Peninsula Engineering.
This in the minutes?
It's on the agenda and in the staff report.
Oh, 10D, I thought you said
10D.
10A, I'm sorry.
10D.
So 10D, 1,
Yes,
okay, 10D1 has Monterey Bay Peninsula.
it should be Monterey Bay Peninsula and it says Monterey, oh, so it should say Monterey Peninsula Engineering and it says Monterey Bay Engineering, also in the staff report several
Okay.
times. So,
All right, so we'll correct that. Any other comments, Councilmember McAdams?
No comments, Mayor. I'm happy to move for approval with the amended changes.
Okay, this is minus G1 and G2.
second,
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you for catching us back up. Now let's move to item 13A regarding the community facilities district. Now, if you do recuse, we lack a quorum. So
Correct. Same
Same.
situation.
all right.
move it to the end.
So we will have to bring that to the end. And let's move on to Del Monte Boulevard. I'll let our city manager take us through this and you start us off.
Thank you, Mayor. And hopefully tonight we will get consensus from council on our final concept plan and we have Bianca Koenig, who is our landscape architect, who's been spearheading this project. We also have Frederick, who's the traffic consultant, and we'll turn the time over to Bianca.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Since the incorporation in 1975, it has been a desire and goal to improve and vitalize the city's downtown business district. The Del Monte Boulevard medians and downtown Marina streetscape final concept plan before you tonight is a beginning step towards achieving that goal from almost 50 years ago. So why we're here? This is Del Monte Boulevard today. And so we're excited tonight to share the updates and details on the design progress. With your input and approval tonight, we can then move forward into construction documents and open bidding as early as January and construction as early as spring of next year. Since we were last before you in February to discuss the traffic safety and beautification ideas for Del Monte Boulevard, we've hit 3 key milestones. We've done tree and topographic survey work, went before the tree committee in May for their review and approval. The engineering team has submitted the updated traffic safety improvement plan for the ATP grant, which we hope to hear back on by December or January. This also helped to inform some project phasing that we'll be sharing tonight as well. And then lastly, tonight, we'll go through some final concept design ideas for your review and input, including paving, a feature wall, lighting, and plant palette. Before we dive in with all the new info, I just wanted to pause with a reminder what keeps us inspired and helps inform the design process is picturing a beautiful and safe place for residents and visitors of Marina to linger, to feel at home, to connect with diverse people, both familiar and new, to support local businesses, to walk and move with wellness, and to delight in art, culture, and play. As part of the tree survey and arborist report, there were 22 trees that were identified within the project area, and 11 of those trees, which showed poor or declining tree health or potential for disease, were identified for removal. Replacement trees are required at 2:1 for 22 total new replacement trees in the full build out of the median. Most of the tree removals have primarily affected non-native trees, with the exception of one Monterey cypress that was showing signs of pests and disease. There are also a few silver dollar gum trees kind of in the center of the project, which we plan to keep in place as they are doing quite well. On the traffic safety part of the project, which looks at the entire length from Highway 1 to Reservation Road, there have been some design refinements to address right-of-way limits and enhance traffic calming features. These updates were submitted for the ATP grant application. I mentioned we hope to hear back from at the end of the year. As part of those grant requirements, a city contribution will be required, and the city's investment in the median can count towards that requirement. We heard there are questions about what the right-of-way changes might be due to the proposed roundabout work. In the smaller circles on the bottom of the screen, these are where a dash line overlaps some sidewalk and a tiny portion of roadway being proposed. And then in the upper oval in the top right, this is a TAMC right-of-way, where we expect that due to the nature of the project with roundabouts, bike and ped improvements, that they would love to support this enhancement and support an encroachment permit for this area. Based on the updated alignment and layout of the roundabouts, it made sense to break the median improvements into two separate phases. Phase 1 is the portion from Carmel to Reservation, where the median would, for the most part, stay exactly the same. There are a couple areas that will show which will increase planting area. And then phase 2 would happen later, concurrent with the funding and construction of the roundabouts and road diet improvements. Okay, so during all of our outreach over the last year around the city, when we asked the community members what they love about Marina, there is one theme that comes to the top. It's the beach. So we wanted to understand these qualities and help integrate the geology, the form, and what is it that makes the beach and Marina so special. One of the favorite quotes we heard from the community, just to help you envision, if you probably already know this, seagulls flying overhead with the fresh ocean breeze, with the faint smell of the sea against my face, and a ray of sun on the community helping each other. On Del Monte Boulevard, we can feel the wind, and when the wind is right, we can hear the waves. And in between are these dynamic and beautiful dunes. And through our research, we are learning that the wind and the waves, which are so indicative of this area, are also the very factors that help shape the land and create these unique coastal habitats. So these are the features and form that we leaned on to help inspire the design detailing as the wind and the waves shape the land. Looking from the landforms to the feature wall and the plantings, we look at the wind waves that are ebbing and flowing towards the coast, and then the big breakers crashing on the shore, and that swash of the low water rolling up on the beach. That's kind of the form and shape and texture we were using for inspiration on the planting design. And looking at all of these ideas in context on the constraints of the median, we have an urban setting surrounded by traffic lanes on two sides. So we also have to be sensitive to site and vehicular clearances, access for maintenance. So we have a couple renderings here so the design team could understand what it would look like as we use these elements on the land. The feature wall, we wanted to show it on a downhill view, stepping down and away from oncoming traffic. And then on the uphill view, we switched to planting facing the oncoming traffic. You might think it's flat on Del Monte, but based on the survey, we learned that there's a low point between Rindollar and Cypress and a high point at Palm. So that allowed for us to have the feature wall change sides along the median. So we don't have that big one side versus the other side anymore. It's more dynamic and changing like the wind does during the day in Marina. So getting more into the details, we have a handful of key features to review. We talked about the existing trees that we intend to keep and remain in place. We'll also take a look, detailed look at the decorative paving proposed. Third, we'll look at the feature wall and for the lighting associated with that wall. And then lastly, we have our final concept plant palette to share with you this evening. For the decorative paving, we were building on and preserving the existing materials that are already being used throughout downtown. We intend to preserve and expand on I'm calling the sandy beach concrete, which has that little sandy color and a stamped texture to the top of it, as well as the mortared in place beach comber cobbles. These cobble areas might be supplemented with additional materials and colors and textures similar to what the Marina beach sand looks like up close. Can you believe that top right image? That's the same material, the sand from far away and the sand up close. It's not even a microscope. If you just look at it, it's, bless you, sir.
Bless you, Guido.
If you look at it, there are so many colors and textures that actually create these sandy beaches. For the feature wall, since we last met, we originally were hoping to utilize some repurposed materials locally, but we checked out the current and recent blight removal projects around the city and tried to assess the potential for reuse. And in the end, we found that ultimately, for cost, efficiency, quality, and constructability, our proposal for you tonight is a precast modular concrete material. This gives us the opportunity to customize the texture, color, and shape and integrate lighting effects. And as we considered this material and how it might work and step with the land as it's going up and down Del Monte, we did put together, test out some clay models with curves and straights. Actually, I brought them tonight if you wanted to geek out over them later. They're super fun. And that yellow light is the idea where we'll show you some more slides, but that's where a light fixture might be able to be integrated. We did get some inspiration from a larger scale project in LA, but you can see in the bottom right where for the day-to-day, it's a classic warm white color, but for special events, the city could have an opportunity to change the colors for specific celebrations. For example, when the flags are put out on Del Monte in the evening, it could be red, white, and blue. And this was a preliminary light study as well. This is a rendering. Please don't look too closely at the plant types or materials. This is all stock. We just wanted to test out the lighting spacing and get an idea of the lighting colors and changes. Of course, there's a lot of ambient light, street lights and stuff that may change the overall effect in the end, but this is our idea proposed tonight where every other wall could have a light with changing color opportunity. And last detailed item, the planting design. What we heard from residents and maintenance staff over the last year, their top priorities for plant selections and design are number one, drought tolerant and water wise, weed suppressing plants, and proven winners in this local climate, soils, and region, and can look good year round. There's definitely a longer list of goals and objectives that we are requiring of our planting design, but these are the top ones that we heard from the community. We have a few sample plant palettes tonight that check the boxes on these priorities, and they're examples of what we've heard and seen around Marina. With the exception of one or two, I took all of these photos in the city of Marina. We have a mix of native and ornamental plant species. And of the color schemes, we're building on colors that are naturally found in Marina. We have the purple and lilac theme, the yellow accent theme, yellow flower and yellow foliage, because sometimes colorful foliage can help with interest year round, as well as the contrasting but complementary gray, blue, and orange theme. For the trees, we spent a long time thinking and considering options for the trees. And what we realized, it was right in front of us the whole time. The Monterey cypress, there's a forest of it. You almost go through arriving from the south. There are existing Monterey cypress along Del Monte. It's been considered in the community to be a linebacker of one of the most reliable windbreak trees. And it's already setting a style and character for Del Monte, and there will be several of them that would remain in place. So we wanted to supplement the older existing trees with a next generation of Monterey cypress trees for a healthy urban forest. And then where there's sufficient space in the median, we can add the multi-stem accent trees and large shrubs. And definitely prefer the multi-stem look, because when it gets windswept, it looks windswept and not too wind blown. And then this is looking in plan view, all of the pieces. Admittedly, this is really hard to read. So we do have an enlargement which focuses on the medians themselves. And you can see these medians are working hard for you. We have the feature wall with accent lighting. We have the paving that is ebbing and flowing on both sides, which we've integrated to help balance the need for long-term landscape maintenance. We have the existing trees, we have new trees, and then we also would be reinstalling the pole holders for the flagpoles throughout the year. In the phase 1 project, we are anticipating about 17 new Monterey cypress trees and about 10 new small trees and shrubs. Also from the community, we heard that maintenance was a very critical and important part of project success. We basically heard, if it can't be maintained, don't bother doing it. So we spent a lot of time, not a lot of time, but we were a concerted effort connecting with maintenance staff, checking with the fire chief to find safe places for maintenance access. And these were identified even when the road diet is implemented, that folks would have access to maintain these roundabouts. Looking for these medians. So project all in all for phase 1 with the proposed mix, 50-50 paving, landscape, feature wall, and the mix of plantings. These are our estimated numbers to implement and maintain. Also, at time of construction, the city will have an option to engage the contractor with maintenance of the landscaping for either short or long-term contracts. So the city will have options for long-term success. So hopefully with your approval tonight, we can move forward with final design and permitting plans and open up the call for bids in January and construction start as early as spring of next year. Concurrently, we'll wait to hear back on the phase 2 road diet and roundabout grant application. And also wanted to make sure our contact information is available. We do have a project email, delmonte@cityofmarina.org. If there's any further questions, want to follow up with us. Otherwise, I'm sure there are questions. We do have at least 15 additional slides that we can refer to as needed during Q&A, or we could bounce through them. Some of them you've seen before related to traffic, but let me know. Everyone still with me?
All right. Thank you very much, Bianca. Let's go to public comments, starting with those of us present in the room. Anyone in the public sphere wish to come forward to make any comments? Seeing none, we'll go to the remote audience and we'll start with Carol. Welcome back, Carol.
Hello, I just have a question regarding the cypress trees. Just wondering if they would eventually cause damage to the streets, like the roots.
I didn't hear the first part of your question, Carol. Can you please repeat?
Yes, I just wanted to know if the cypress trees would cause any damage eventually to the streets with their roots, given that they do grow pretty tall.
Okay, we'll answer all the questions, including yours, as soon as public comment is over. Anyone else in the remote audience, please raise your hand if you wish to speak. We'll give you another moment. Denise Turley, oops, yes, Denise Turley, welcome back.
Hi, thanks. Are we, there was something about, I'm going to use the wrong word maybe, a crosswalk or a connection, say from Jack in a Box across the street that would somehow connect with Lock Padden Park. Is that a part of this project or is that a completely separate project? That's my question.
All right, thank you, Denise. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And to get to Carol's question, can someone speak to the roots and appropriateness of cypress trees?
Sure, I'll do my best. If needed, we do have Patrick, our arborist, on Zoom available for any more detailed questions. But essentially, we have Monterey cypress in the median today. We are not suffering any root damage that needs to be addressed. Parts and how we can do that to plan for it as well is one, make sure there's enough room for where we intend to put the trees. And then also we have the option for installing root barriers, which just help guide the trees deeper as it approaches pavement. So we don't see that as a problem going forward that we can't work with.
Okay. And I'll have a follow-up question to that as soon as the council has a chance to weigh in here. And then Denise asked about, is there any talk as part of this project with a crosswalk from Jack in the Box side of the street to the Lock Padden Park west side of the street?
I can answer that. That's a separate project, but that project is moving forward. It's under design right now.
And what location would that crosswalk be?
So it's at Reservation in Del Monte. And so it'll be where right now you can only cross from one place. It'll be all four corners will be connected with a crosswalk.
Okay, so currently on the Lock Padden side of the street, which is the north side of Reservation Road, there is a crosswalk. There's not one on the south side. And I understood her question to be a better crosswalk connection from, I think she means from the street into the park across the railroad, but I'm not sure. But we already have a crosswalk from Jack in the Box to the Lock Padden side of the west corner. So I don't know that would.
Yeah, so what we'll have is all four corners will be connected by a crosswalk as
Right.
part of that project.
Her question was about a crosswalk connection from Jack in the Box to Lock Padden Park. And currently we have a railroad in the way. And we've talked with our Dan Burton, our recognized expert on walkability and staff, and he discussed getting the railroad owner's permission to create a temporary connection, as long as they don't need the railroad, which could be many decades, to get from Del Monte Boulevard, essentially, at Reservation Road, over to Lock Padden Park. So
that's not part of this project.
okay. That might be part of a Lock Padden
Correct. Yes.
consideration. Okay. So thank you to Denise and Carol for those comments. And now we'll go to Jenny McAdams, Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for this presentation. So we've been hearing about like a welcome to Marina, sort of more like consistent branding and signage. So I'm just curious how that is incorporated into this project, and then if maybe staff could speak to all of like the random lighted signage as well, especially when you're coming into Marina right there on Del Monte.
From Monterey or from North?
From Monterey.
Great question. So we actually have Bianca is working on our whole gateway signage project. And I think in a couple months, she'll be ready to come to the council. What's your timeline on that? She's pretty close.
Okay, great. So I just want to make sure, like when you were talking about, the feel of the project, like it's just all going to be coordinated. I don't want, necessarily like bright purple and green signage that really looks not in tune with this. So it will all sort of like really coincide with the design.
I really love that you said that making sure the sign and these improvements, these materials, these colors all connect, because that is our intention. We were looking at everything holistically. We were engaging with the community and trying to think of all of these projects together. But tonight we pulled out Del Monte so we could keep that moving and hopefully to be back soon with the specifics on the signage. On Del Monte Boulevard, there is, right now, there is a plan on the Highway 1 off-ramp that is a potential sign location in place of the one that is now on the right-hand side of that off-ramp. It could be integrated with the Phase 2 median improvements.
Perfect. Thank you. And then something that our community does for 4th of July and Veterans Day is they put the American flags in the medium. And is that going to be able to be accommodated? I would really hate to sort of lose that. That's like a special honoring that we do in Marina.
Absolutely. You're correct. The flags that go up on those very special days in the year, we will be accommodating them in the new median improvements. For Phase 1, we have identified 50 locations. I understand there's about 100 total. So we have about 50 for Phase 1 and 50 we will cite for Phase 2.
Perfect. Thank you. And then just, so when we talk about the funding, the 2.1 million and the 1.9 million, which is paid by the city, is only for the landscape. And then the potential 14.2 or 3 million would be the grant. And that is only for the Del Monte Boulevard. It is not the landscaping. It's actually the design of the roundabouts, et cetera. Is that correct?
Correct. The grant itself, and Frederick can give more detail, but it's an active transportation grant. It's not a grant for landscaping. And so it's to improve the walkability, the pedestrians, the road diet, all those. So yeah, so this really works well with it in that our general fund, we put a lot of our ARPA funds that we got towards our contribution on the medians because the active transportation would not have covered that.
Great. And this is really exciting. The design is beautiful. I am a morning commuter, so I would appreciate if staff can maybe talk a little bit about, even though we're doing a road diet, like how that's not going to, in the morning when thousands of people are on Del Monte trying to get onto Highway 1, how, that it actually might help a little bit as far as keeping the traffic flow going. So if anybody could perhaps speak to that, because I know even for me, I was a little confused, it's a little taken back, like, wait, if we take 2 lanes out, how, what is that going to look like? Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, council members. It's a great question, council member. So the intent of this study is twofold, right? And the road diet conversion is because we have a downtown plan where we want to establish land uses along Del Monte that will create and really energize a downtown feeling, right? And you don't get a downtown feeling if people are driving 55 or 65 miles an hour, right? So the intent of the road diet is twofold. Number one is we want to slow the vehicles down, improve safety for the vehicles and pedestrians and bicycles, provide a lot more opportunity for pedestrians and bicycles along Del Monte. But then through the roundabouts that we provide continuous flow, but at a slower speed. So in the analysis that we performed, we see a slight reduction in what we call level of service. So that's operations with the roundabouts, but it's still well for the future conditions, well within the city standard. And it will not result in congestion, right? So the intent is move vehicles through the corridor, slower speed, but yes, get them to the freeway.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And, Marina, the city of Marina, we're a little familiar with roundabouts. I mean, we do have several throughout the city. And so I'm excited for this. I absolutely am thrilled to see this and this progress, especially, with how many years and years and years this has been in the making. And then I would like to to thank our community development staff, especially for being keen and savvy to see these dollars that are available for grants and to really, be seizing those opportunities. Thanks.
So Frederick, can you just walk through these slides? Because I think these are really important. And Councilmember McAdams, I think it's really good that you asked this question, because I want to be sure the public really understands the timing and really how critical the roundabouts are to this. So can you just walk them through?
Sure. I think this may be a later one, but we'll flip through them. So this one shows, we did 3 alternatives, right? So we looked at the existing 4-lane road with the signals, right? And we simulated and measured speeds in the northbound and southbound directions, right? And it shows, the morning and the afternoon peaks. And you can see on the top graph, we are moving at about 25 miles an hour. So this would include then vehicles that also get stopped when the signal is red, right? So it's an average travel time. And of course, at Palm right now, if a pedestrian crosses, that cycle, you probably sit there for a good 120 seconds, right? Because it's a pretty long crossing for the pedestrians. So 25 miles an hour in the morning and the afternoon for existing. We looked at a road diet, but with signals at the intersections, right? The speeds went down to about 23 and 21 miles an hour, right? And then with the roundabouts, and this is now because we don't have stop control, it's continuous movement and flow that you see, the speeds would be 27 miles an hour and 25 miles an hour respectively in the AM and the PM. So you're going to have approximately the same feeling, but it's really going to be quiet. The speeds are low. You're not going to hear acceleration. People don't want to, coming off the freeway, they're going to have to slow down. And also getting in the morning onto the freeway, is that last, once they leave Ryan Dollar, it's 65 miles an hour as soon as you can. Right? So that's also probably going to not happen, especially if you catch all the light screen.
Can I ask a follow-up question? You still have the floor. If you look at the top, which is current, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you look at the bottom, which is road diet with roundabouts, it's about the same time to get from A to B. It's about 1 minute, 11, 12, 13, 14 seconds. It's about the same speed, 25 to 27 miles an hour. So is the rationale that you keep those conditions more or less stable, but you increase the safety and the efficiency, and you allow for more room on the sides for bicycle paths that don't exist on the northbound side, and landscaping and sidewalk expansions? Is that the basic summary rationale?
Absolutely.
So we don't really lose anything,
We
but
don't.
we gain quite a bit.
You gain quite a bit, especially in terms of safety and the multimodal components, right?
And this is subjective, is the feel of passage less stressful with the roundabout? You're not waiting 120 seconds here and there.
Less stressful is subjective, right? Yeah. Because if I heard a podcast the other day on NPR which says we are as Americans very lazy. We like to be told what to do, and a signal tells us to stop and go, right? At the roundabout, we need to make some decisions. So, we need to be a little bit proactive. So stress is not the right word, but yes, I need to concentrate on fighting that gap and driving through the roundabout.
Okay. Let me ask staff, as Councilmember McAdams said, we have several roundabouts, and does staff hear from the public satisfaction or dissatisfaction with the roundabouts on Reservation Road and the one on Del Monte Boulevard? Talking about low stress being subjective, how does our community see it?
And it might be a good thing for the police to respond on this.
Yeah.
I know from,
If Steve is done with his coffee, I wasn't sure.
I can tell you that the traffic speeds with those 2 roundabouts have decreased substantially. And I believe the accidents have decreased substantially along there too. I don't hear any complaints about those roundabouts now.
Yes, along with what the city manager says is it does slow traffic down, and we get the accidents, but those are usually from DUI drivers. But otherwise, there's no complaints from the community that we're aware of.
So being subjective as far as lower stress with the roundabouts compared to signal lights telling you what to do, Do you have a feel as an officer in our police department that the citizens like the roundabouts, or they would prefer the traditional signal lights?
Really not sure. I don't know what the feeling is like. Myself is I appreciate roundabouts. It definitely keeps the traffic flow moving.
Okay. And does our community development staff have any sense of how the public has received subjectively our roundabouts?
I don't think it's been an issue in the 2.5 years I've been here.
So you don't get feedback pro or con?
That's
Thank you,
correct.
Chief.
That's correct,
Thank
Mayor.
you,
We haven't
Commander.
received any feedback pro or con against the roundabouts.
Okay, so we really don't have any information on the subjectivity of lower stress. I enjoy them, so my stress is lower. I don't like waiting and being told what to do at 10 PM when there's no other cars, et cetera. And I enjoy them. You have to work with the community members eye to eye sometime, and but not everyone is like me, obviously.
But while I'm up here for the downtown, if you're trying to create a downtown and you're trying to slow down traffic and you have wider medians and bigger sidewalks and dedicated bike lanes, that you do create that sense of place that planners love for a potential downtown. So little
Guido.
plug for the downtown plan.
Right, this is great, Guido. So talking about stress, it's much less stressful for cyclists and pedestrians to cross shorter distances created by less lanes and roundabouts, right? That's not very subjective, right? I mean, that's a pretty well-known, the shorter the crossing distance, the safer it feels, easier it is for older people, children.
That's factual. It's factual evidence that you're less exposed to traffic while crossing the road. So your opportunity or your probability of getting hit by a car is far less, right? You only need to look in one direction, right? So you only look in, when you cross that lane, you only look at the direction for oncoming cars. It's only one direction. You don't need to look both ways, left and right. So there's just tremendous safety for pedestrians and bicycles with the roundabouts.
So that sounds like objectivity to lower stress because you look one way instead of both ways. It's a
Absolutely.
little easier to do. All right. Thank you, Commander Russo and Director Guido Persicone. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer and then perhaps Councilmember McCarthy, if you have any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a remark about those Monterey cypress trees, what I learned when we were trying to save some of them. And I learned this from Mike Owen, and he also learned it then. Those trees have one root, deep root in the center, and the rest is fibrous. So that's why they're so good next to curbs. When you look in Monterey, Carmel, they're often next to, in narrow spaces, and they don't damage the streets, the curbs. So, and they're beautiful, but that's my opinion. So but there
Yeah.
seems to be a reason.
My experience with the cypress trees on the Imgen Parkway bike paths
Mhm.
and the cypress trees right here at Palm Avenue, Del Monte Boulevard, unsafe bumps, serious
Right.
bumps because of the roots. If you go to Los Arboles, the track around the baseball field is riddled with Monterey cypress roots upending the asphalt, making it unsafe for walkers, joggers, and cyclists because of those lateral roots. So if it's close to a walkway,
Mhm.
then, or a curb, those roots, those lateral roots, of course, have to go somewhere. And so I think we need to be aware of that when we put
So
the
the root
cypress.
barrier will definitely help with that if they do the. But I understood that even without a root barrier, that's why you see them in cities without damage. But I
Right.
might be mistaken. But
Right. So I just mentioned 3 examples you can
Yes.
see today where they're causing
And those
great
are-
damage to walkways
And they are
because of
the-
the lateral roots on the surface, go right through the asphalt, lift it up. Now you got to cut the asphalt, cut the root, fix it. We're talking about low maintenance, but we're in the median now. So, I don't think it's an issue in the median, but it's an issue about those big lateral roots on older and older trees, bigger and bigger trees.
You're talking about Monterey cypress trees?
Monterey
Okay.
cypress at Los Arboles.
Well, there goes.
Monterey cypress on Del Monte Boulevard, and Monterey cypress on Imgen Parkway between 2nd Avenue and 4th Avenue.
There goes my theory. Out of the window.
But here, I don't know that we have walkways, but just in general, we have that.
I just want to say they're often in narrow spaces without damage, so I would love to see them here. And just to let you know, I love this. Everybody already knows. I think I really love this project. I think it will be such an improvement in an important part of our city, downtown. And this is just a start. So my question is, yes, starting in the spring, hopefully. will the 11 trees that will be removed, will those be removed before the breeding season, which starts at March 1st or February 1st, depending on it? There's two different dates in the report. So will those be taken out already this winter? Who do I ask?
You're talking about nesting birds? Or-
The 11 trees that are recommended to be, or already have been approved to be removed, will that happen this winter before February 1st? Yeah.
I love this question. We're ready to go. Because we haven't looked that far yet, but we absolutely would observe the requirements for not disturbing nesting times. But we'll work on that construction schedule and get back to you when we
Okay, yeah, otherwise you need to wait another season. So, and we all want this to be done. And I just wanted to say I was very happy to see the maintenance cost. We see that with all the projects now. If we see, we need to budget for maintenance to keep it in good shape. So thank you for this. And that's it. I don't have more questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Let's go to Councilman McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, believe it or not, I was listening to a lot of the meeting, even though I wasn't present. So I thank you for that. I'm curious, the wall is something that, I was very passionate about, in particular the lighting of it. And it seems like you, as the young people say, understood the assignment, right? It looks really good in the renderings, and I hope that it looks equally as good in real life. How many segments of that wall exist in your proposal from Rheindaler to Reservation? It looks like they're built-in segments.
There are segments. Oh, that is a super detailed question. I don't have that data, but I
Okay.
can get it for you. But
Okay.
they are 8 foot long. And we stop them when there are existing trees.
Okay. And is the idea to light all of them, some of them?
Right now, we're proposing to light every other light, because every light is a commitment for maintenance. So another item we wanted to balance for the city.
Okay. And the 8 foot length, is that a factor of allowing kind of some ability to get back and forth across the street, or what was it?
So the 8 feet length is the modular unit size of each precast concrete unit. And that's kind of the max size that we could fabricate and have delivered and placed on the site safely. And then so you would see 8 foot units, kind of like an 8-inch by 16-inch CMU block, except bigger. And it would step every 6 inches as the grade would change. We could change the top of the wall could step down, but it's a matter of constructability, fabrication, and delivery.
Okay. I think one of the photos that you had in the tree species was a bottle brush, but I didn't see that on the list. Is bottle brush a intended species, or?
It's the bottle brush is not one of the plants on our plant list.
Okay.
I don't know if it was a background plant or.
Yeah, it may have just been an example of a large bush or something.
Okay.
The only other, it stood out to me, Councilmember Vischer, I know you talked about root barriers. I do think that when you plant things like cypress, there's a difference between, right, like a naturally growing cypress that will send out those lateral roots towards the soil versus one that's planted in a deep root barrier. So those lateral roots go deeper and don't aggravate the street as much. I don't know how important that is, but I did hear you mentioned root barriers, and that resonated with me, because we have several that are in root barriers, and they've created, they're about 15, 16 years old now, not sent those lateral roots out more towards the surface. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
I think we've come a long way positively in a good direction regarding the landscaping. Is there a representative now, to a local botanical expert to whom I can ask some questions? Lane said that they would be here or something.
Oh, so it would be myself or Patrick Kravetcher is also available on
Great.
Zoom.
Great. Okay. So I see on page 35 of our packet, there's a plant list there. And I see 27 non-native species that you don't find in Marina growing naturally. I see 10 that are native, which is great. And 4 of those 27 non-natives are potentially invasive weeds, things like fountain grass, lattice. These are plants that are escaping in other parts of Marina. And we have dunes nearby that they could easily go to. And so I'm wondering why lattice and rock rose and fountain grass, given their potential invasiveness, are included in the list.
So there are different hybrids and cultivars that have been shown to not reseed and be invasive. So that was our intent, to select the non-invasive variety. There are definitely, I was a little nervous putting the Penasine. I was like, oh, do we really want this? But the fairy tales is an example of one that is not meant to be invasive. But however, I would happy to receive feedback if there are examples that clearly prove this wrong. This is our understanding that these were specific hybrids that would not escape and reseed and cause problems, because that is another one of the goals of the plant list, is to not be invasive. So if we need to adjust, that we are open to feedback.
Okay. Do you know if that is the case with the status?
The limonium, we have not heard, it is not on the do not plant IPC list to my knowledge, but it also performs really well in neglected areas. So that's
right.
It's kind of
so it does spread at locations in Marina, like in East Campus, into wild areas. And so I'd be concerned that it would cross the road to the dune. Not that I care about the median being invaded, but I do care about the dunes nearby, because the seeds, just find a way when they grow well in neglected areas. They find a way to get into areas that are neglected, but native and healthy. But, we don't maintain our dunes because we don't need to. So in a way, they're sort of like neglected because they're not maintained. And that's where these aggressive species can move into. Okay. So when you have 37 species, and 10 of them are native, I wonder a couple things. I wonder if the non-native list of 27, if it was considered which local plants could be used instead of non-native X and non-native Q. In every case that you use these 27, did you consider, against the criteria that you mentioned, water-wise, weed suppressants, proven to work in our local climate, looks good year-round? That applies, those criteria apply to a lot of our locals. So my question is, in the case of the non-natives, did you consider structural ecological equivalents that are native before you added the non-native to the list?
We actually started with the native list first. And one of the challenges that we also wanted to require of native plants, one is, are they commercially available, was something that we wanted to consider. I love the progress, hearing the progress on Windy Hill. I'd love to see this growing process, because that would be a challenge for some of the natives that were on our first list. It's like, oh, how do we get that? How much time? So that, there's definitely ways to address that. But we wanted to start primarily commercially grown, commercially available, and is it garden tolerant? Because we wanted it to work together with ornamentals and be something that could be maintained. The goal is big picture, to combine all the plants for best chance at success. And obviously we're not putting in plastic plants. So there will be days where it's not perfect, but we wanted to do best chance at success at year round. So when we looked at natives, and understanding that native plants are set up to survive in this Mediterranean climate where it is dry in the summer. And when the native plants are going dormant in the summer and they look, some people might think dried up. Some people might think they look like jewelry, the dried up flowers on the plants. But from what we heard from the community, that was not a desirable look for this particular location. There are certainly other areas in the city where we can have the right plant in the right place and perform as expected. And for the median, what we heard from the community was that they wanted more of a mix of greens and colors year round. So when we evaluated the high performing natives that we knew could do well in the constraints of this urban setting where there's asphalt on both sides and access for maintenance, we were looking at those plants that could withstand these site constraints and best meet the expectations that we were hearing from the community.
Okay. So specifically, you have coffeeberry, which is a native, it's a great plant. And you don't have silk tassel, which is similar to coffeeberry. So my question is, why coffeeberry and not silk tassel, both being beautiful natives?
The silk tassel, our concern was the size and the sight lines that we also wanted to preserve on the median. The 3 foot to 6 foot range is the one where if we went above 3 feet and up to 6, if there was an opportunity to train it like a multi-stem, then we were good with it. If it was big old solid mass, we were trying to avoid that in the small space we had available on the median.
Great. So coffeeberry grows to 18 feet. It's very bushy here locally. Silk tassel grows to 12, 14 feet. It's very bushy, very similar to coffeeberry. And you have toyon in there already, which is great. And you have coffeeberry, which is great. Toyon also grows 12, 15 feet. And it's bushy until you do a lot of maintenance and you limit up. So my question is, why was silk tassel not a part? And there's other two, which are very similar in many ways, a part.
Yes, and I appreciate this comment and this balance because each plant has assumed sizes and will vary in each condition. And for the coffeeberry, we also have the advantage of different hybrids and cultivars and some different choices on size. And also the silk tassel, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it deciduous?
No,
it's not deciduous. Okay, I couldn't remember that one. But that one is also the availability is also something we just don't use a lot of it in the commercial side.
Yeah, we went through this at Hilltop Park where they weren't commercially available, but volunteers somehow were able to produce the same 23 species that weren't commercially available on a quick turnaround. I think I've gone way over mine because I didn't think others had comments, but let's stop me and go to Councilman McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm so appreciative of kind of the passion for the native species and, you know, kind of these discussions that quite frankly, a lot of cities aren't having. Having said that, as I've articulated before, like quite frankly, there's a lot of species in here that non-native species that I would like to see put in. The bottle brush, for example, that I mentioned, I think would add great beauty. I think what you presented today is a really good balance of meeting the needs of what people in the community want to see. And I know people have different perspectives. My perspective is if this landscape ends up looking like, and I've said this before, what is along Reservation Road and Lock Patton Park, I think the project will be a failure. And I think that you've worked really hard to kind of meet in the middle and incorporate a lot of those native species, but also not end up with something that, as you said, looks dried up at certain times of the year and looks dead and people are confused that aren't experts on the native species. And so for that reason, I'm very supportive of what's here. I can see that there's, you know, perhaps some disagreement on the dais, but you know, I think you've done a really good job of meeting in the middle and maybe nobody's getting exactly 100% of what they want, but I think everybody's getting a little bit of what is going to be good for Marina. So I just want to thank you for that and kind of put that on the table as we think about picking apart different species. And I hear your passion and I'm appreciative of it. But I'm really concerned of going too much in a way that is something that I can't support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you. And, you know, just to sort of piggyback on that, I think that, you know, we have to trust the consultants, right? I don't know the species that you're talking about, but obviously there was a lot of thought in it. And I also think with the design, it is beautiful. It's still organic and it's not so perfect that you look like you're at Disneyland or a mall or something, so I really appreciate that bounce as well. And I'm happy to, support the next steps for sure. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're not really getting the point I was trying to make because we have this round robin and, where we talk sequentially. So my main point is that there are a lot of great natives here that do the same function as the non-natives. You have about 3 or 4 manzanitas that are native, and you have 3 or 4 manzanitas that are from the Bay Area. They are ecologically, structurally equivalent. And so you achieve a simplicity in the landscape that fits all of the community's desire to look good year round, be evergreen, etc. But when people drive Del Monte Boulevard, I'm not sure that they would be dissatisfied having 4 different manzanitas versus 8 different manzanitas that at arm's length, 10 feet distance, etc., 20 feet distant, they're equivalent. And so I think we've come a long way with woolly leaf manzanita, hooker's manzanita, sandmat manzanita, all Marina heritage plants. And to throw in cultivars from the Bay Area that are structurally, aesthetically equivalent, I don't know that we gain. I don't know that the public that wants evergreen eye candy is going to be more pleased with Bay Area manzanitas than the Marina manzanitas. And so I'm not looking to throw the baby out with the bathwater. In fact, I'm looking for maybe simplicity. How many plant species do you see in medians on 2nd Avenue or Seaside? You don't see 20, 30 species. You see a pattern that's recognizable and easy for the public to digest. And so when you have things like Seaside Daisy, which is a beautiful, it can be year round in bloom because it's going to be getting irrigation. And we have that at the Martin Luther King Jr. Sculpture Garden. And it's beautiful year round. And if you had a lot of that and you added things that aren't here that people love, like California poppy, which also can bloom year round given the irrigation that's expected here. And if you plant things like beach evening primrose, which is your coastal dune ground cover that helps to suppress weeds, and it's beautiful eye candy yellow, and it seeds itself, so it doesn't need to be maintained, and it's a perennial, and it covers the ground. There are some additions here if you're thinking about what works according to the criteria. Beautiful year-round, low maintenance, demonstrated to do well in our local conditions. There are additions that can be made here. And so I'm wondering if we can approve this tonight minus the detail of the species palette and come up with some changes in the future that the expert consultants also agree to. Or does this all have to be approved tonight, including a very detailed plant list? So that's a question to staff and the consultants, then we'll go to council members.
So I think that was one of the goals that we were hoping to get tonight is if there are some changes, modifications or feedback, like you said, California poppy is some of those, we'd love to hear that. And if you have others, feed that to the consultant, let her run it through it, trying to achieve these overall goals. And if it makes sense to her, then we can come back to council for a final, we've gotten this feedback. This is what we're gonna, what we recommend to go in, if that would work. Is that kind of what your thought is, Bianca, or is that going to hinder you?
I am delighted to be here to receive feedback on plants. I've done a lot of projects where there are plant lists that you must adhere to. And there are many times where I look at the plant list, I'm like, why is it so limited? And why was this plant list written 20 years ago? It doesn't even apply anymore. So I do appreciate the comment of reducing. I do agree. I don't intend to put 30 different species on one island. We just needed a big picture list, and then we would dial it into an actual intentional design that could be appreciated at the calm speed of 25 miles per hour passing down the median. And so I do appreciate the comment of, yes, there are a lot of manzanitas on the list. If we can reduce it to the ones that are local, more specifically local to Marina, that what you're saying makes a lot of sense at 25 miles per hour. And who's going to know the difference on those particular species? And then we could talk, we could keep talking all night on plants. If we want to get into the detail of each plan, I understand it could take time. I don't know what the proper procedure is. Definitely have comments on all the plants and we could trade war stories. I don't know what the most appropriate, but I think just if you give me the hard no's or the hard yeses, and then we can balance it with all the goals that we have I just showed the top 4. We have a long list of things we want these plants to do. And then we could, as we get into the next step of design detailing, that's where we want to go. And we're taking the feedback so that we can put it in a plan, so we can bid it for construction, and so we can build it. But yeah, I've done a lot of campfire nights slinging botanical names and learning more about people's different experiences in different situations.
And so, Mayor, I don't think our intent is to go back and forth for 2 hours tonight, but I think it would be good to have that feedback, and especially since you just really saw the list tonight. Take some time, look at it, give that feedback to Bianca so she can work it through her and work it through her team, and then get the more detailed, and then we can come back and say, this is what she recommends, but at least give you time to look at it and give others time to give their feedback on some of these species. We'd love to do that.
Pro Tem Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know you are an expert with plants, but just like one of my fellow council members said, I trust the consultant. You know, this is what she does. She designs, and so I would suggest to just approve the list that we have here. And when you mentioned Second Avenue, how many species? And not that many species alive on Second Avenue. And so I would suggest, let's go.
And they're all non-native.
They're not, and then we'll have the maintenance budget. We should have a maintenance budget. So let's go with this and see how it is being maintained. And we can always tweak it. As we know, there's sometimes plants that do well here, but they don't do well one block in another direction. I trust this designer and I love the plan. So
Thank you.
yes, thank you.
Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate your passion and expertise, and I do want to move this along. And so perhaps a concession or something we could make is that you would have some one-on-one time with the consultant after you look through the list or something like that. I don't know enough about plants to go through this and dissect this list and swap and whatever. So I would, if that's amenable to you, and I'm sure that, both of you together can really get this list great with native species and it'll be a great success for everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think you actually make a really compelling argument about the manzanita in particular. And I'm wondering though, is that, I guess without getting into the details, it's kind of hard for me to provide feedback about how I feel about it, right? So the manzanitas, you make a compelling argument and it kind of makes sense to me. Like from what little I know, much less than the mayor who is a botanist, like manzanita kind of looks like a manzanita from a distance, right? But I'm not so sure that these other species that might provide different elements of color and height and seasonality would necessarily be the same. So I'm just wondering, my concern with the mayor meeting with the consultant is that the end result might not be something that I'm happy with personally. So as a group, how do we kind of navigate that, I guess, is the question.
So just to suggest something, you can form a subcommittee of the two of you to meet with the consultant is an option.
So I'd certainly be willing to be on a subcommittee.
Anything more, Councilmember McCarthy?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you. And just with the subcommittee, when we get to a motion, I'd like to put a time on 60 days or something. I don't want it to be a drawn out subcommittee.
Yeah, we're
40 days, 30 days?
Less than that.
Okay, okay,
if
okay.
We want to.
Yeah, I'm thinking one meeting, 3 hours.
Great. Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay, my last comment is that poppies are eye candy, weed suppressant, look good year round with irrigation. Dune sagewort, we heard from the consultants that it's wind and waves that shape the habitat on our beautiful beach that everyone loves, our coast. But it's the plants that are the habitat. And we don't have but one species of dune plants in this median. The number one dominant plant in the dunes that makes it the color that it is dune sagewort. It's hardy, it's beautiful, it's silvery year round. The Shell gas station had it, highlighting the landscaping on Del Monte, Rain Dollar Avenue. And so those are the kinds of things that I'd like to discuss that would improve the satisfaction of the criteria. If you love our beach, you gotta think about what grows there to make our coastal dunes our coastal dunes. And we're basically in a dune with this median. It's just that Del Monte Boulevard took some dune away, but it's basically a dune system. And so if you're thinking about low maintenance, those things that grow here thousands of years, if they can look nice, they're pretty low maintenance. But those are the kinds of things that we would discuss in that 3-hour meeting. Okay. All right. Why are you laughing, Elizabeth?
And that I don't need to be there.
So look, if I can get a clarification, so they'll meet with Bianca, get feedback. She'll take their feedback. Do you want her to, based on that, come up with it and come back to the council or, right?
Yeah, I think the three of us, because it's an odd number, we can come to some consensus and present that to this council if they wish and give it the final blessing.
Sounds great.
Okay, so I'd like to entertain a motion. Anyone like to make one? I'll motion that having received the update presentation and having provided the input, which basically is full speed ahead with a meeting discussing landscaping and a subcommittee of Councilman MacArthur and McCarthy and myself, that we approve phasing the delivery of the Del Monte Boulevard landscaping multimodal improvements and downtown streetscape, and that we authorize the call for bids for Del Monte Boulevard median landscaping for the phase 1 project as soon as possible.
Second.
All right. Any final comments before we go to a vote? All right. Thank you, everyone. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no. No. Okay, thank you. That motion passes with 4 of us here. Thank you, Bianca, and to our road diet experts and landscapers, everyone else involved. So I think before the budget, we should probably take those punted items, given that we have some representatives of Shea here tonight. So let's go, well, Elizabeth is gonna stand down for 3 items and then come back for the budget discussion, Elizabeth. So we'll come and get you for the budget discussion. Okay, so tackling first the consent items of 10G1 and 10G2, let's go ahead with those, starting with the resolution for Shea Homes maintenance of right-of-way improvements on 8th Street and the Linear Park.
Would have, these
I
are
have-
just consent calendar, unless you have questions.
Right. So I was just curious. We don't necessarily, nobody pulled the items, right? So they're technically still in consent. So can I just move for approval on the remaining consent agenda items, which would be those 2 items?
I would have a few comments. I'm happy to second, and then if we can make comments before we vote.
Go ahead, Councilman McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had, just full disclosure, I'd asked both city staff and Shea Homes some questions about these items earlier today because and I think I'm talking about the right items, but in the map, there's only one building that's colored in association with the improvements. And so my question was, why are we asking just this building to pay for or pay for and decide on how the improvements are maintained. And what they explained was actually that's not what's happening. It's actually all the buildings in that stretch, which I'm happy to hear because I think it's important to have a diversity of voice when these things are done over time. So long after Shay leaves and never sees Marina again, which I don't think will really happen, but it's important to consider the implications in the future. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. So was there a motion to approve 10G1 and 10G2 as a package? And there was a second. Any final comments? Well, let's go to the public. Well, they had a chance to consent, but we brought it up though. Now and that. Okay. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion passed, the three of us present. And then we move to the CFD, Community Facilities District.
We have our James Fabian, he's our financial advisor, and he's going to handle this side for us.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Jim Fabian of Fieldman Rollap and Associates, the city's municipal advisor. I'm here to present an overview of what we call the Dunes West Side Services CFD 2024-1. Okay, sorry about that. Went too fast, not too slow. Okay, so we're going to provide a background and overview of the project just to provide familiarity with what has happened out at the Dunes so far. We're going to focus on the Dunes West Side, which is really when you think about the commercial development happening, the larger residential units and the to-be-built residential units. We're going to talk about the requirements to form the CFD and talk about the next steps that the council needs to make going forward. Wrong way again. I'll get this. Okay. Okay, great. So again, this is the overview of the Dunes project. As I mentioned, we're on the west side of the project that we're going to be talking about tonight. Looking at the Dunes project, working with the developer, they anticipate the project will be done in the end of 2025. A total of 953 residential units, a commercial space of about 667,000 square feet, and 200 hotel rooms. As you might remember, the council in the past entered into a development and disposition and development agreement, which we call a DDA, with the master developer. That really provided the background of the development of the Dunes project. One of the key components of that agreement was the fiscal neutrality to the city of Marina. In other words, that the project had to pay for itself. There would be no financial impact to the city for the maintenance of development at the Dunes project. Part of the DDA allowed for either a CFD, Community Facilities District, to be formed to pay for cost, or a landscape lighting district to also be used. Back in 2015, with the first part of the project that was developed, the residential portion of the Dunes project, the city formed CFD 2015-1. I was involved in the formation of that CFD at that point in time to provide the cost to maintain the services of the residential project, which consists of 551 residential units. That the city has been levying the special taxes on those residential units since 2015, and that money is being used to pay for the maintenance of the residential area within the Dunes project. Now, as the project has progressed and we are now on the Dunes on the west side of the project, we have a need to form a new CFD to cover and pay for the services required for that side of the project, which consists of 436 residential units and 44.21 acres of commercial and hotel space. So working with city staff, the engineering department, and Shay, we came up with a budget that would be required to pay for the maintenance of the infrastructure that will be put in as the project is built out. Obviously, a lot of construction going on right now. Went to the site today, tremendous activity there, but the services to be funded include your typical infrastructure, the sidewalks, the curbs, the gutters, the roadways, the decorative lighting, storm drains, landscaping. Additionally, there is what is called the town square area of the project, which will also be funded through the CFD, which will include the restroom facility and other amenities at the town square. That will also be funded through the CFD. And you can see here we have developed a budget that was put together, and the total annual cost is roughly $1 million a year. We have roughly about $11,000 that is for the CFD administration, but that cost is the annual estimate for the maintenance of all the infrastructure that will be built out at the dunes on the west side. That is anticipated to increase at either what the engineers index percentage increases on an annual basis, or 4%, whichever is required based upon. So that amount will go up each year to keep up with inflation increases. So on the next slide, what has happened so far to date is the property owner, Shay, and his other entity, Marina Community Partners, has petitioned the city to form a services CFD 2020-24-1. That petition has been submitted and is in your packet tonight. Those two petitions have been submitted. Also, at a prior council meeting, we had a deposit and reimbursement agreement that was approved by the city council to pay for all consultant costs associated with the formation of the CFD. And Shay put forward $100,000 check to pay for those costs. That was approved on July 2nd. Also, the council also previously adopted ordinance 2024-8 that specifically created a special district financing code that allows for the maintenance of the infrastructure to be owned by the private entity that Property Owners Association which is part of the commercial development. And again, that was adopted by the city council previously. So tonight we have what is known as a resolution of intention. The resolution of intention was put together by the city special counsel, Stradlin, Yoka, Carlson, Ruff, who is serving as the legal expert for the CFD formation, along with the city attorney and Kieran Tiedemann. What this does, it really declares your intent to form the Dunes West Side CFD. It provides and describes the territory to be included within the boundaries of the West Side CFD. It describes, as I indicated, the services that will be funded by the CFD. It provides the rate and method of apportionment of how the special tax will be levied against the different properties that are located within the CFD. Residential properties will have a certain rate. Commercial properties will have a certain rate by acreage. It does also set a public hearing date for October the 15th, which would allow anyone who wanted to speak on the matter to come forward to the council at that public hearing on October the 15th. So this is the boundary map that has been put together by the CFD engineer in conjunction with Shay's engineer. It shows the boundaries of the proposed 2024-1 CFD for the Dunes West Side. And then this is a tax zone map. So there's 3 different tax zones that are in the project, depending upon whether the property is residential or commercial. And we have the three different tax zones that are shown in the different hatchings on the bottom right legend there that you can see, showing the variations of the different property based upon whether it's residential or commercial. So again, going through the next steps that we have in front of you, assuming adoption of the resolution of intention tonight, we would have the public hearing that would be notice public hearing on October the 15th. We would conduct that public hearing, and at the conclusion of the public hearing, take these following actions. We would adopt the resolution establishing the CFD. We'd call for a special election to be held at least 45 days after the public hearing of October 15th, and then we would approve a services funding agreement. And that services funding agreement would really provide the details under which the Shea, as the property owner, would how the special taxes would be used to pay for infrastructure. We do not have right now all the properties within the CFD. We do not have petitions from all the property owners. And so that's why we cannot do the vote the same night of the public hearing. Typically, you have waivers and consent by all property owners within the CFD, but we do not have that in front of us. So we would have to hold the election at a specific date and time after the public hearing. And assuming the election would happen, what would the next steps would be to record the notice of special tax lien, and then the ordinance would be read for the second time. And then 30 days after that, the CFD would be formed and a lien would be placed on the property. So tonight in front of you is the resolution of intention. As I mentioned, approving the rate and method of apportionment for the properties within the CFD and setting the public hearing for October the 15th. And the city's team that has worked on this, as I mentioned, was Stradlin Yoka, Carlson Ruff, as special counsel, Brian Quint and Vanessa Legbant. Karen Tiedemann of Goldfarb and Lippman has also worked on it, along with the city attorney, myself, Jim Fabian, and then the city special tax consultant, Goodwin Consulting, Susan Goodwin of Goodwin Consulting has been involved, along with the Shea team. So with that, we'll open it up for any questions you might have.
Thank you. And before we go to public comment, it's always a good idea to disclose when we've had ex parte or discussions on issues. And oftentimes these issues with developers, we meet independently with them. So I think, and I've talked to the city attorney, it's a good idea if we especially make sure that we disclose any conversations we've had. So on my part, I'm looking at an email where I was included from Harvey Dodwall, who's building a hotel, planning to build a hotel on this location north of Imgen Parkway, which is part of the CFD area that we're talking about tonight. And he basically, to summarize it, objects to the $62,000 he'd have to pay into the CFD. And so I asked to meet with him because he put a lot of stuff in this email that also went to Doug and Don Hofer and Lane. So I met with Harvey a couple of days ago, not knowing this was going to be coming, but it was timely that I met with him because it is on tonight's agenda. And so I just wanted to mention that as my disclosure. And Long, you were going to say something before we open up to public comment?
And Doug, if you could bring it back to slide 12, but Jim had mentioned that and Mayor had mentioned the discussion with Harvey. Typically, when we form these CFDs, it's usually the developer owns all the property, and so there's 100% participation. And when we initially formed the boundaries, we had thought there was an agreement between the hotel property and the dunes for him that he is required to be a part of the CFD, and that is not the case for. So the hotels is up the top of the screen. There's where that thatched is. There's a parcel A, B, and C. Now parcel C is his gas station property, and it's my understanding that he does have a contractual agreement with Dunes to join the CFD, but he doesn't for for parcels A and B. And at this point, he hasn't signed the petition to join it. And from the formation of the CFD, we included in the boundaries because we had thought that that he had an agreement that hotel had to be in it, and later on we found out otherwise. Ideally, when you form these, you want 100% participation, and right at this point we do not have it, and so the council has the ability on the October 15th meeting, if the hotel owner in the dunes are not able to work out something, council has the ability on October 15th to pull those parcels out of the CFD. And if those parcels are pulled out, it just reduces that dollar amount. And it indicated it's 60,000, a little over 60,000. That would reduce that dollar amount that would go into the overall CFD. But part of the principle is, if we want to be forcing independent businesses that are not obligated to be part of the CFD, to force them into it. And so we don't need to really have that discussion tonight, but I wanted to make council aware of those issues. And currently right now, the hotel owner has not signed it and does not want to join the CFD at this point right now.
Okay. So we don't want to get too much into any of our comment yet, because we haven't had public comment. And at times we let the opponent, in this case, if it's Shay, to come to speak. Is this one of those times or not?
If they have comments, yes, we can
Okay.
have the project proponent.
Okay, let's do that in just a moment, should they wish to. But let's go first to Councilman McAdams, in case you have a quick comment.
I do. And just with regards to the hotel, the owner would have the opportunity at that time when we have that hearing, October 15th. Is that correct? I mean, that would be the appropriate time for whomever to come and speak.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. To Shay, Don, and Doug, would you like to say anything?
Good evening, council, mayor and council members. My name is Don Hofer. I'm with Marina Community Partners and Shea Homes. Good discussion tonight. I appreciate it. There was a lot of thought that went into this, and we understand Harvey is expressing his concerns about the hotel site. We are in contact and discussions with him. There are a number of different points we could make tonight about that. I don't know that this is really the time to do it. There are things like conditions of approval for the project that require formation of the CFD specifically, and this property was part of one of the maps that was included in those conditions of approval. When the hotel was purchased by Harvey, it was under a contract that we had assigned or that was assigned by the city to Harvey. That contract specifically was between Marina Community Partners and the city of Marina, and it included provisions of our project generally, which is things like our DDA or DA and other things, which require the formation of the CFD. So you've heard some arguments tonight about why maybe you wouldn't want to include the hotel parcels. I'm going to tell you tonight that Shea will not support that. The hotel has to be part of it. Okay. And so we can talk more about it. We appreciate you moving forward with this tonight. It's a requirement of the project. It's part of our DA and DDA that we do this. And we appreciate your support. We continue to work with the hotel owner. One of the things that Doug and I did, when you talk about $62,000 a year that would be participated by this parcel and the hotel, that site is planned for a 300-room hotel. And if you figure that those rooms rent at about an 80% occupancy, 300 rooms, $60,000 a year. What was the number, Doug? 38 cents a room per night? 68 cents per room per night to participate in the CFD that provides benefit to the entire area. Okay. When you look at this CFD specifically, I think it's about 42% of the area is commercial and retail, or I'm sorry, commercial property, and the remaining 58% is residential. Yet when you look at the revenue into the CFD at max tax, it's only 17% of the revenue that comes from the commercial properties. So they have 42% of the land area, but they're only paying 17% of the total CFD tax. And this was put together in a way that there's entire parity, we think. We've supported it. We've put a lot of time into it. And we appreciate your support tonight in moving it forward. We agree that, on October 15th, if there's concerns or questions, we'll deal with it at that time. We're going to really struggle if we're not able to move forward with all properties in the CFD. But I think between now and October 15th, we've got, plenty of time to work this out. There is conversations going on between us and Harvey, and I'm optimistic we'll be able to get across the finish line there. So happy to answer any questions. Don't want to talk myself out of an approval tonight, but it's important that we move this forward, by the way, just because we're trying to get to some closings and, bring some new members into the community, primarily in the Promenade area, which is coming along really well and is exciting to see. So thank you.
My question would be, what other properties like Harvey's are in the CFD? Are the 2 hotels in the CFD that exist today?
So the 2 hotels that exist today are not in the CFD because Harvey, when he developed them, was an early adopter, right? Those hotels were the first hotels that were developed in Marina in a long time. And in particular, the Dunes, it was an unproven market, right? And so we had a very challenging time getting anyone to look at developing hotels in the Dunes community. And so specifically at that time, when that property was sold originally and made part of the project, we hadn't even formed the first CFD yet. So they weren't part of it. It was something we knew going into it. And it was what it was.
Are there any private properties currently in the CFD that are
Oh, yeah.
commercial? That are commercial?
I don't know. Brass tap is, no. As we go forward though.
I'm sorry,
Bruce,
did you say brass tap?
No, that's not part of it. That's
All
not
right, so that's a question we can
But,
talk
but
about.
let me answer the question. There are 46 acres of commercial property in this CFD that is being proposed. Those hotels are only 10 acres of the 46. So yes, there's 36 acres of additional commercial property.
In the future,
In the future.
that would be
Yes,
part of this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else you'd like to say?
that's all.
Okay, let's go to public comment. I know this is a complicated issue. We'll see how we do here. One moment, please. Okay, I can't find my laptop Zoom, so we'll look at the people in the room. First of all, anyone in the room wish to speak to this matter during public comment? Not seeing anyone rise, we'll go to the remote guests. And can someone tell me if any of them, I'm not seeing any hands raised. Okay, we'll give everyone another moment. All right, let's close public comment and go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start because I'm not sure you got your question answered, or at least it generated one for me. How many properties are not owned by Shea that are in the boundaries of the CFD? It would be my question. So it's just the hotels.
It's a total of 3 parcels, which includes, there are 3 parcels on that corner. It's the 2 parcels that make up the hotel property. And then adjacent to that is a little over an acre, which is a gas station parcel. And the city parcel, that's right. And then
Everything just north of MGen, then there's nothing south of MGen that's individually owned.
it's all owned by either MCP, Shea Homes, or an entity we call TDPR. They're all Shea entities.
Okay, thank you. The city manager used the words, ideally you'd have all property owners be part of the CFD or sign the paper, I forget the word, but the petition, thank you. Is it ideally or is that the requirement that they must be in order to be?
I'll just caveat this by saying I'm not a lawyer, but usually the requirement is 10% or more of the properties within the CFD would sign the petition to form the CFD. We have well in excess of 10% with the 2 Shea entities and the fact that the city has a parcel in there. So in this case, we're well over the threshold that would be required.
So the city manager also mentioned that, maybe you might not want to force a property to be in the CFD, but to be clear, that can be accomplished, right? And
So if I could elaborate, so at the public hearing, if we did the election, or when we have the election, all the properties would then have a chance to say yes or no. And so it's a 67% yes threshold to form the CFD. So the Shea entities being well above that 67% would be yes. And so the CFD would have enough yes votes to be approved, even if the hotel said no.
And in that case, the hotel, as an example, would be required to be in the CFD and pay the fees outlined.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. While you're up, Jim, if you don't mind me asking, are you familiar with the other CFDs in this city, and the landscape and lighting districts and some of the issues we've had with them?
I'm only familiar with 2015-1, the
Okay.
prior Dune CFD for the maintenance not the other ones that you have in the city.
So I'm sure you're familiar with issues CFDs have throughout the state, right? In terms
With
of
not keeping up
funding
with
and-
the cost of inflation.
Do you think this is in 20 years, we're going to have those same discussions, or is this structurally designed somehow differently, or is it just what the tools that we have and it's designed the best? we
Well,
can do?
I think primarily the way that CFDs work, they work a little bit better than landscape maintenance districts, just, from a macro perspective, because you have the ability to go up with the engineers index or 4%. So assessment districts or landscape lighting districts have a limitation on how much they can go up. So we felt like I don't think we have data to know whether 2015-1 is going to meet its conditions over time, but our special task consultant felt like with that index that we have, we should be able to keep up with inflation historically. You're going to have, obviously, the last 2 years have been brutal for inflation, but before that, we were at 2% inflation. So, over time, on average, we should be okay, is the thought.
Thank you. And Mayor, last question. I don't know how important it is given the answer on a majority voting for the CFD, but with the hotel in particular, maybe this is a city manager question. Is that hotel meeting its development agreement? Are they on schedule? And if not, is that any leverage that any party might have in terms of trying to get them to voluntarily be part of the CFD?
They're a little bit behind on submitting plans to us.
In the leverage piece, I mean, maybe that's a tricky question that you're not able to answer, and that's fair,
Yeah,
but
probably not.
okay. That's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you. I'm happy to support this evening, and I appreciate, you're making efforts to collaborate and to get, the hotel owner to hopefully sign on. So there's still some time. Please keep, those communications, and hopefully come October 15th, it'll be resolved. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I have some discussion, but let's move this along and I'll have my discussion in just a moment. A motion, we adopt the resolution before us and the resolution from our successor agency simultaneously. That's my motion.
A second.
All right, any final comment? My comment is a couple of questions. If the 62,000 isn't paid by the hotel owner into this common kitty, this common fund, it puts a larger burden on the remaining players. Is that correct?
It doesn't increase the tax burden of the remaining players, but what it does is it reduces the cost going into the pool for the long-term maintenance, and so it may impact long-term maintenance.
Let's say that there's a shortage of revenue to take care of the expenses, to take care of the area. We're talking street lights, streets, sewer, right? That kind of infrastructure. Then who would make up the shortfall? how would the shortfall be made?
Or Jim can answer that.
Well, I think the answer is that Shay would make up that difference.
Okay.
We cannot increase the special taxes on anybody else.
Unless you go through the 218 process. Right?
Well, yeah, I think
Excuse me, let's, if you
yeah,
want.
my understanding is that if we were $62,000 short and there was a shortfall in the maintenance, that the city would not come out of pocket for the difference, nor would any other property owners within the CFD, because the special taxes would be set. Right now, they wouldn't be increased. Their special taxes would not go up to cover that shortfall.
Now, Jim, let's say that the 62,000 did come from the hotel owner and there still was a shortage at some point in the future. Would the same resolve be that Shay would cover it?
I'm not sure if I have a correct answer, Lane. Maybe you have a better answer.
That's my understanding, but that's been a contentious issue of discussion going through this process.
Is there a difference between the hotel not ponying up and there being a shortage of revenue to cover expenses and the hotel ponying up and there being a shortage of needed revenue?
I don't think there's any difference if the hotel is
In or
not
out.
in or out. If we're short, then we have a mechanism in place by contracts that this is how the shortage is going to be dealt with.
And how is it to be dealt with?
It's hard to understand. It's too bad Brian Quinton is on here, but Shay would make up the shortage.
Don, you seem to be disagreeing. Do you want to come to the podium? I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not sure where that perspective is coming from. I'd like to know more about it. I mean, ultimately, when the development is complete, Shay is no longer involved, right? We're out. We've developed the property, we've sold it to third parties, and the CFD is standing on its own. And so I'm not really sure how that works. I'm not sure how we have continuing liability to the CFD at that point. I mean, that's a question we can ask, and maybe that is for this time period between now and October 15th.
I think we're gonna have to look into that.
Yeah.
Our city attorney might have some input here.
Yeah, I don't have any specific input. I don't know if special counsel that's on the line has any other additional input.
And who is the special counsel? Karen Tiedemann? Oh, she knows everything.
Is Karen on?
Good evening, Karen.
Vanessa's on too. So this is Karen. I think this is a topic that we are still addressing with Shay. So I don't know that we can answer this question tonight. At your meeting on the 15th, there will be an agreement that will answer it one way or the other.
Okay. Thank you very much, Karen. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Jim. Renee?
Maybe I just elaborate 1 second. So I had mentioned that as part of the 15th, we have the services funding agreement on for approval, where Karen and Vanessa are working with Shay's lawyer, John Yeager, to put together the specifics of that agreement that would help address this issue that you have raised. And so we'll have more on that at the meeting on October the 15th.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. So I support the motion as well. I'm actually grateful to be in a room with Shay and I wish Harvey was here because two entities that I think have great care for our community and want to see the community thrive for decades into the future. So for that reason, selfishly, I hope that the hotel site has some participation in how these funds are spent in the future. And I think one way you do that is by being in the CFD, having a vote, having a seat at the table. I still have one question though. If we approve the motion tonight, I'm a little confused on our role in the future. I mean, it's what I thought I heard was the majority property owners can decide what happens. It's not up to us, or am I misunderstanding that and what our role is in the future? Or are we out of it after we make a motion tonight?
And Karen can answer that if she's still there.
Yes, and Vanessa's on as well. So
Yeah. Karen, would you like me to answer it?
Yes, please.
Absolutely happy to. So tonight's resolution of intention essentially allows the next step to happen. The next step is the public hearing on October 15th, at which point, the public, the hotel owner, Shay, everyone can talk, the city council can discuss. At the close of that public hearing, the city council has discretion to move forward and adopt a resolution forming the CFD with the current boundaries. The city council has discretion, which we've heard a lot of discussion about, to remove property from the boundaries of the CFD if that's been requested. And then you make that decision on the 15th, adopt at your discretion the resolution of formation of the CFD. And at that point, then we would move forward at a later meeting to hold the election.
Okay, that clears things up. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. All right.
And sorry, just to add, then at the election, that's when each property owner gets a vote, a number of votes based on their acreage in the property, and we need 2/3 yes in order to actually levy the special tax.
All right. Thanks again, Vanessa and Karen. All right. So if there's no further comment, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously with the three of us voting. All right. So I think we should notify Elizabeth Fisher to come on back for our budget discussion. I'll go ahead and do that. I think so, yeah. All right, so we're now four voting members with Mayor Pro Tem Fisher joining us. Welcome back. Thank you. We had a lot of fun while you were gone. We chased everybody out. Okay, so we're gonna now hear a presentation and potentially approve. Oops, sorry. We're gonna do our mid-cycle budget adjustments, and I'll let Lane start us off.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm going to turn it over to Tori Hanna. But I really want to give a shout out to Tori. She's only been here a couple months, and she has really come up to speed very quickly on understanding the complexities of our city, of our budget. And our whole finance team is just doing a phenomenal job. And I mean, I'm amazed at what she's learned in the past couple months. And she has done a phenomenal job. So thank you, Tori.
Thank you and good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and members of the public. Tonight, I'm going to be providing the mid-cycle budget amendments as well as providing a brief financial update. Just for informational purposes, the city has a 2-year budget cycle process. Part of the reason is to facilitate better long-term planning and strategic financial planning as well. Where we're currently at within the process is we're in the second year of the 2-year cycle. And we're also closing the city's fiscal year 23-24 financial accounting records. So within your package, you'll have some information regarding estimates for the end of fiscal year 23-24. And while you may be thinking that we should have actual information, if the fiscal year closes on June 30th, we accrue or we apply expenditures that were incurred through June 30th back to the fiscal year, as well as some of our larger revenues like transient occupancy tax and sales tax revenue that we may have just received in the last week. This evening, I'm also going to provide the brief financial update as well as review the proposed budget amendments, talk a little bit about the structured balanced budget formula, and also share some considerations. Before we get into some of the details, just in general, the city's revenues are strong and stable, and ongoing revenues are trending not as highly increasing as they have, but they are stable and they're increasing at a very modest or moderate rate in some situations. We also have a one-time land sale that took place in fiscal year 23-24, which has added additional revenues to the budget. Expenditures, we have some significant savings in fiscal year 23-24 from position vacancies. We also have some carry forward of grant funded expenditures, capital outlay and commitments that weren't completed within the fiscal year, but however, we've made a commitment and we're carrying them forward into this new 24-25 fiscal year. As mid-cycle adjustments, we've been looking to adjust the revenues to reflect the anticipated performance, as well as the city manager has advised departments as far as ongoing expenditures to look for just the essential operations, things to keep the department going, or in some cases, as there is expansion within the department, higher anticipated expectations that the department is seeing additional needs. So in that case, we've made some revisions to the budget. Also, there are a few one-time expenditures relating to capital outlay purchases and transfers, which are also essential, or some that are grant funded in nature and that we need to recognize the revenue as well as the corresponding expenditure. To recap, fiscal year 23-24, to serve as a jumping off point for the budget, just beginning to look at the unassigned beginning fund balance of $26.8 million. That's from the audited 22-23 financial statements. And looking at how the revenues have progressed during the year, taxes are anticipated to perform $2.2 million better than the initial budget. Other revenues and transfers are performing about $2 million more. And one of the large factors in revenue performance is interest earnings. And we'll take a look at a chart to show how that is really comparing to some of the 5-year trends and how we're looking for next year. And also a one-time land sale. What you'll also see is a comparison in salary and benefits. We had close to 2.6 million in salary savings. And this is one-time savings. If we were fully staffed, we would not have that number. And part of it is due to at least 5 positions for officers within the police department, which have now been filled, as well as we've had some engineering positions in planning, as well in some of the other departments, a new management analyst position for economic development. And the city has also added some new positions at the beginning of the fiscal year. And while those positions were budgeted for the full year, there's time taken that was needed to recruit with the positions and hire the individuals. So there was some savings realized from that process as well. Services and supplies, which you'll see is savings of $723,000. However, some of that savings is going to be carried forward into the next fiscal year and used for contracts where there are commitments, as well as some of the capital outlay that you'll see. And when all of those items are considered with the enhanced revenue performance, as well as the land sales and savings, the estimated ending fund balance, which was originally going to be 6.6 million, is now going to be at 23.2 million estimated for ending of 23-24, and that is the unassigned portion. Just very high level overview. Taxes represent the largest part of the city's budget as we move into fiscal year 24-25. The city's top three revenues are property tax, sales tax, and transient occupancy tax. They represent over 68% of all ongoing revenues. For these three revenues, they increased $1.8 million above the fiscal year 23-24 estimates and are projected to increase 1.2 million greater than the fiscal year 24-25 original estimate. Within your package, you have an overview of the changes that are requested to the revenue estimates. There'll be a column that talks about the carry forward items. The carry forward items are grant revenues, which were for grant funded items that may not have been expended or billed. So we're bringing those revenues into the new fiscal year along with the corresponding expenses. And those operating grants are primarily related to some of the planning grants as well as some of the fire grants. The estimated changes are updates to the budget, and some of the most consequential updates are property tax, as well as we're going to update the use of money and property for $875,000, which is primarily related to continuing interest earnings. So look at property tax trends within the staff report. There is some mention of some one-time or what could be a one-time revenue from a forest surplus property tax payment in fiscal year 23-24. That was about $100,000. The property tax trend chart shows the estimated and projected revenues for property tax. And you can see that while that additional source was prevalent in fiscal year 23-24, our main level of property taxes is still growing at approximately 3.2%. You can see the baseline is moving from 9.5 million to 9.8 million on our regular property taxes. But also looking at how much property taxes the city receives per $1 of assessment. The city Marina General Fund receives about 15 cents for every dollar. Some of that money goes to the Unified School District, goes back through an education augmentation fund, back to educational and schools, and then a piece of it goes to Monterey Peninsula College as well as countywide. Looking at sales tax trends, you can see in 1920 some of the impacts of the pandemic on sales tax, and you can also see the continued growth or leveling of projected revenues. We worked with the city sales tax consultant to look at the estimates for 23-24 and 24-25. And at the time that we built these estimates, we were just shy of one payment for 23-24. So we have a pretty good idea of what that would be. Looking at the amount of sales tax the city receives, the total sales tax in Marina is 9.25%. So for every $100 spent, $9.25 would be the amount of sales tax paid by an individual. The city of Marina would get $2.50 of those $9.25. Looking at transient occupancy tax, the city receives 100% of TOT revenues. In fiscal year 23-24, the estimated revenues are 5.2 million, with the original TOT tax projected to be 4.2 million. And when that's combined with short-term rentals, it's closer to $4.4 million. Just to show the amount of additional revenues that Measure P has brought in, the additional 2% tax, bringing the hotel tax to 14%, that amount is $843. $843,000 with continuing increase projected at 2%. This is very unique, interest earnings. Historically, on average, we look back and the city has received about $516,000 in general fund interest earnings. And you can see it as the Federal Reserve has increased the federal lending rate, that the city's investments have continued to grow. This is not only in some of the short-term treasuries that the city has purchased, but also we're seeing 4% interest rates on the local agency investment fund right now. So you can see that we're planning to end the year with $3.2 million. We're in the process of doing our last interest allocation, and we estimate that's going to be the amount, if not slightly larger. That will be portion of the general fund. And interest is also a factor of how much money you have on hand, as well as interest rates. There's talk of interest rates declining in this next year. So we've taken it down to 1.6 million, but also there's a lot of capital spending going on as well. So the city's cash may be reduced. So we're looking at still an increase over historical, but nevertheless a reduction from this current year. The city's proposed fiscal year 24-25 expenditures are at 39.5 million. Salaries and benefits are close to 59% of the total budget. Included in your agenda packet is this same chart, which shows some of the changes that are being proposed in the mid-cycle revisions. Some of the larger ones, which include carry forwards in the planning and building inspection department, include some contracts as well as the grant funded expenditures. If you recall from revenues, we brought forward some of the grant funded revenues as well. And then the capital outlay, there were several purchases that were committed to. However, we have not accepted the delivery on some of the larger purchases, and we're bringing those items into the new fiscal year, or requesting to bring those new items into the fiscal year. Some of the larger changes include police department estimates, as well as recreation and culture. And I'll go into those in just a moment. But we're requesting $551,000 in new cost and the carry forward of $1.2 million in items that were committed to in fiscal year 23-24. Some of the ongoing general fund expenditures, just to distinguish those from the one-time expenditures, include the addition of one community service officer. And this is requested by the police department. And part of it is to help and assist with the homeless population, as well as coordinate with some of the other agencies on homeless matters. This would also relieve an officer of assisting with one of those duties, as a community service officer can take over at least a portion of that function. The other piece is within the fiscal year 23-24 budget. There was $150,000 set aside for arborist services as one-time cost. The mid-year revision is to make that into a regular position, which is estimated to be about $170,000 annually. And the position would be responsible for some of the larger environmental planning, monitoring endangered species, and reviewing the maintenance of the parks, medians, and open spaces. There is also a reclassification of a 1.0 recreation leader to a recreation manager. As you can see, our recreation and cultural services director from her earlier presentation is very engaged in not only enhancing recreation programs, but also involved in installation of playground equipment, overseeing what's soon to be some long-term parks maintenance plans. And to provide assistance to her, she is requesting to reclassify the position to provide more to day-to-day oversight of recreation operations as well as assistance with managing some of the routine budgetary matters within the department. Various other additional items include within the recreation department, special events, funding for special events, promotional materials, a software subscription was omitted, as well as additional material supplies to support the enhanced recreation programs. And within the police department, increased costs for shared 911 services, training for the new officers, as well as what they're seeing in their budget is increased cost for canine supplies and services. In the other departments, very general supplies, operating equipment, and other costs. For one-time capital expenditure adjustments from the general fund, fire rescue equipment, the fire department is requesting water rescue, the water rescue equipment as labeled as Emily. And while the fire chief can go more into description on that, it is a remotely deployed, somewhat of a boat that will assist swimmers who are caught in riptides. We also have a public works landscape trailer. At one of the council meetings, there was a discussion of now the public works crew is divided into 3 separate distinct units. And 2 of the units have a trailer to help carry their goods while one of them doesn't. This additional purchase would allow for them to have something to tote their equipment and supplies and also create more operational efficiencies. In the vehicle and equipment fund, the shared 911 center is indicating that the police department needs to upgrade their radios for essential encryption purposes, as well as to be consistent with communication. And that cost is $52,000. Other one-time projects, including the city received a coastal conservancy grant of $800,000. We'd be adding that revenue as well as a corresponding expenditure. And the grant revenue is to cover engagement and studies for improved access, long-term planning, and also used as a foundation for a potential future project. Windy Hill restrooms, we heard about that at a prior council meeting. This is to provide for the developer reimbursement and the additional expenditures that go along with it. A temporary fire shelter to house the fire truck, as well as the city manager is recommending tree maintenance for long overdue maintenance and at a contribution of $250,000. We looked at both one-time and ongoing expenses, and the city's budget policy requires the adoption of a balanced budget, which is defined as reoccurring annual expenses not exceeding reoccurring annual revenues. Within your packet, there is also a exhibit which shows the details of this structurally balanced budget calculation. But in general, this will show how the budget was adopted, how the budget was originally presented with a $471,000 annual operating surplus. And then there were some potential some changes that occurred when the budget was adopted to add some positions that reduced the annual net difference to $54,000. And now with the enhanced ongoing revenues, we're looking at close to $1 million after those changes have been added. One note that within the staff report, there is comments about coming back for a maintenance worker for Windy Hill Park, as well as adding 2 firefighters. And whether or not this is funded through the SAFER grant, that would take the structured balanced budget formula down to close to $638,000 annual surplus. And looking at the increased revenues, to meet the city's emergency reserve target, staff is recommending still retaining the 18% of general fund revenues to be consistent with the method that was adopted in the original budget. Due to the enhanced revenues, there would be an additional $745,000 contribution to the emergency reserves to set it at $6.9 million. And this takes into consideration that additional transfer or commitment. With this, we are estimating the general fund unassigned fund balance for fiscal year 24-25 to end with 22.5 million. And with the transfer to the capital improvement fund for tree maintenance, which was added after the initial budget numbers were developed, that would take it down to closer $22.3 million. Other fund mid-cycle request. Within your agenda packet, you have two exhibits, one that shows revenues and expenditure adjustments for other funds. The majority of the changes in revenue estimates reflect performance. There is also one administrative adjustment to carry forward grant reimbursement revenues related to the MGen Parkway widening project. When we were looking at the projected fund balance for ending this fiscal year, it was ending at a negative, but that's because those particular reimbursement revenues were excluded. So this just adds those back in. The intent would be is to apply for those revenues as we expend within that appropriate period. And then to realign expenditures to primarily reflect any significant changes. Other considerations as we look forward is the strategic planning retreat in February or March. Also cash flow. When I started seeing $2 million invoices coming through for the MGen widening project in probably about 2 AP cycles in a row, I started becoming a little bit concerned about, wait a minute, when have we applied for grant reimbursements? Because that's very important. Sometimes grant reimbursements can take 4 to 8 months. Sometimes there have been cases when it has taken longer. And just trying to get those monies in as quickly as possible. From what I understand, Public Works has submitted a request for $2 to $3 million, and that was a couple of months ago. And we need to find out what's going on with that. And right now, we have exhausted the internal funds that are allocated to the project, and we are about $9 million into that. So while we have some funds for cash flow, some of the capital project funds are earmarked and could be underway soon. It's just bringing that up as additional consideration. Also, the receipt of the fiscal year 23-24 audited financial statements would give you a confirmed unassigned fund balance. And we are really trying to target to have those at the end of December, first part of January this year. And then the 50th anniversary celebration for the city. We have some special event funds within the budget, but nothing that is set aside specifically for the 50th anniversary. And there's also discussion of long-term parks and facility maintenance plans, as well as road maintenance. And with that, I conclude my presentation and will be available for any questions.
Public, let's go to the public now. Anyone in the room? Not seeing anyone rising. Let's go to those remote folks. Anyone, please raise your hand. Let's go to Grace Silva Centella. One moment, Grace. Hello, Grace. We can't hear you yet, Grace. Still can't hear you, Grace, but it seems you're unmuted on our end. Okay, while Grace is working through her technology there, anyone else in the public sphere? And Grace, you're ready to go. You're not muted on our end. Okay. We'll give Grace a couple more moments and encourage anyone else on the line to raise your hand if you'd like to speak to the budget. Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment. I'm sorry, Grace, we can't hear you. Okay, so we'll close public comment. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. First, Tori, thanks for the presentation. I think there's a certain level of enthusiasm that comes through and investment in what you're doing. And so I really appreciate that. At least for me, it's nice to hear someone speak in a way that says, hey, like, I'm interested in this and I know kind of what I'm talking about and I've put some effort into doing that. So thank you. I don't know if there's a question for Lane, but we used to have an economic development commission. I think by code, we still do actually. And once upon a time when those commission meetings were held, I really appreciated that staff presented some like top income tax, sorry, not income tax, sales tax producers. And I always thought that was a really fascinating handout from HCD. Is it possible to get something like that again in the future?
Yes, we can do that. We can provide that to the council.
Okay. Has there been any discussion about bringing back the Economic Development Commission or?
As soon as we're getting close to being able to recruit for that position, and when we recruit, I think then we'll come back and talk with the council if there's interest in getting it going again.
Okay. And then I know as part of the packet, we received this consolidated project list and I honestly haven't had a lot of time to completely review it, but I'm unclear if there's some changes there that we're looking at or.
It was just to give you an update of the 75. There's still more on the consolidated project list, but at least these are the ranked top 75.
Okay.
So just to give you a quick status update of all these projects, and we can certainly talk about it more at a later date when you have more time.
Okay. And then finally, kind of loosely related, and apologize, I missed the consent item agenda, but talking about income from Preston and Abrams Park. I know that with two questions. One, what is the outstanding loan balance on both of those?
Yeah, so the loan is 36 million roughly.
Okay.
And the loan is due February 2026 is when we have to have it refinanced by that time. And so actually starting 2025, we'll be working with all our financial consultants on options for refinancing that loan. But right now, at the end of this fiscal year, and that's part of the Abrams Park budget, but we'll have about $12 million that we have accrued really over the last 9 years. And that will be set aside to buy down that loan. So we'll be able to buy it down from 36 million down to 24 million. That will help us tremendously as we go out and refinance that loan and hopefully get a typical 30-year amortization type loan.
So that's in addition to the 2 million that we get every year and to the general fund.
Correct. So Preston Park contributes 2 million to the general fund, Abrams 1.7 million to the general fund.
Okay. And then last question on that is, I know this council had at one time discussed bringing those rents a little bit closer to market. And I feel like, I don't remember if there was an outcome on that or if that's just been tabled for now or.
I think it's kind of been tabled for now.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it for me for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Just to follow up on that last point, I don't think it should remain tabled because we might be talking about $1 to $2 million a year that we're not asking the renters to pay. So they're getting about up to $1,000 a month discount, which is city money not coming to the city. And there's no requirement to show that they need it. They're outside of the affordable units that have to show that they need it. And when they stop needing it, they can't stay getting that low rate. But we have about 116 homes, something like that, where we have no idea if they need $1,000 a month discount or not, but it adds up a lot to the city. So it could be looked at as we're providing this money that could be public money to private residents without knowing whether they have any need for it or if they have a big pension or a big Anyway, so I don't think we should continue tabling an item that's worth $1 to $2 million a year as sort of a gift to a certain number of residents that could be used for all residents were it to come to the city. So maybe we don't raise the rents, but maybe we bring it onto the table to look at it and see what's fair. All right, Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you. And Director Hannah, just, oh my goodness, thank you so much for this. So I have several questions, and particularly about staff. And so while the salary savings, looks great, that there's a cost savings, it is concerning to me though, when we have these funded positions that remain vacant. And I always think about the extra strain that it puts on our current staff as a result. And so, the trickle down is like, work's not getting done. The residents aren't getting the service, like impeccable services, like there's something is being neglected. So how many positions are currently vacant? And then what is the status of the airport manager, the assistant city manager? I know, and then I think that there's some community development department staff.
Yeah, I can't give you the total number. I can run down it really quick. We're fully staffed with our police department. We're fully staffed with the fire department now. We're fully staffed with our public works department, other than our, I should say on the maintenance end, public works are fully staffed. Finance is fully staffed. We are interviewing 8 airport manager candidates next week. And so that recruitment is moving along. We've interviewed finalists for public works director, and so should be making a job offer pretty soon on that position. As soon as that's full, the remaining ones that we have open are the assistant city manager, this communications officer, PR, business relations position. Then we have a city engineer that we're continuing recruiting for, an associate engineer, and then an assistant planner. So most of our positions, we've got most of those filled, and the other ones are all now actively recruiting.
Okay, so then just timeline wise, 4 months, 6 months
For what?
for all of these open positions that I'm hearing.
I would think we would have certainly some filled by the end of the year. It all just depends. We go through first part interview process. They all wash out. We go back out again. So I can't really give you a firm date. But by the end of the year, we're actively recruiting for all the remaining positions that I can.
Okay. There was the mention of a maintenance worker who would be, this is a dedicated park maintenance worker?
Yeah, I think Tori said Windy Hill, but it's really related to Hilltop Park, because we know that when that park comes to us, there are definitely additional maintenance needs. But as we're working on our park maintenance plan, we know we already need additional staff as we working on Lock Pad and Windy Hill, all of our parks. But Hilltop, when that comes on board, we don't have the ability without additional maintenance worker to provide what we need to on that.
Okay, so it's a park maintenance worker dedicated to parks. Okay, great. And then tree maintenance and also hiring an arborist. So is that $250 for tree maintenance that's already been identified, or the arborist is going to get $250 when they start? Like, what does that look like?
No, that is
Signing bonus.
That's right. Woo!
one of the hats I'm on, these regional insurance pools that we're members of, and one of the huge exposures that cities are really getting beat up on is tree maintenance, and we're that far behind on tree maintenance, and 250,000 probably isn't even going to address what we need to. But part of this, it's a safety issue that that we need to get caught up on it really quickly. And so it's outside of our botanist arborist. When that position is filled, they'll absolutely be overseeing, coordinating that whole process. But realistically, we're hiring tree maintenance companies come in. And work on
Perfect to sort of sort that out and get that going while you're
correct
in the recruitment process. Okay. And then my last question is the community services officer. So is that person will be more of like a homeless liaison and also addressing less prioritized type of calls? Okay. And then is that typically like a 9 to 5 hour person or would they, sort of have just different hours? Because I would assume that the calls that the community services officer would want to be responding to might be later at night, or I'm just curious about what that looks like.
Yes, they'll, that particular person and along with our other CSOs work at different shifts, different hours. So we'll try to put them on a 7-day-a-week schedule. And depending on the most calls for service, that's where they'll be allocated to.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And so they would have an expertise in, helping homeless, people or unhoused residents, linking them up with services, permanent housing, that kinds of things, shelters.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That will be geared towards that actual position. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you very much, Tori. This was very good to see this presentation or hear this. And I like all the colors in the presentation. And with the mayor, Mr. Mayor, I agree that we should be looking at the rents, the potentially missed revenue for the rents at Preston and Abrams. So how can we get this on a schedule or
Yeah, an objective look.
yeah, when can this, I know this might be another.
I've got clear direction from majority of council. And so it's probably more of a study meeting type discussion, I think. And so I think we'll look at our schedule and try to figure out a time we can have a study meeting.
And did our former assistant city manager, Matt Mogeson, do a lot of work on this? So it's not like we're starting from scratch.
Correct. And actually, Tori has already done a lot of analysis on that. And so there's actually not a whole lot more analysis and work that we need to do on the staff end. We pretty much have that information ready.
Thanks for bringing it up.
And other potentially missed revenue for the city is the business license that I know many of my fellow residents are not aware that they should have a business license for if they have a rental home, any rental income. You can look it up online. If I look up people that I know have rentals and I don't see their name there, and I know it's not that much, it's usually $100 per year, but it adds up. So are there any plans to make people aware to try to get more revenue there?
Absolutely. When we hired the full-time community services officer, we are actively, Marissa is doing a phenomenal job. And I'll give you one example. So when you have any, if you're aware of short-term rentals or any businesses that you don't think have license for that on community development, and she'll look into it. And I'll give you one example without giving you details, but there's a short-term rental, and we have HDL who does our sales tax. They're looking at these sales tax records and they have access to it. And if they see something funny out there, they investigate it, they'll notify us. And so they notified of one potential short-term rental. It doesn't have a business license. And as they went into it, they owe us $36,000 in TOT tax for that short-term rental. And so that position has given us the ability really to start to look into those. And so HDL is coordinating that with the finance and we're coordinating that with their community development department. And so when you hear things like that, for that information, we now have staff dedicated to work on that.
I think we know we need more money. So everything helps. And also it's just fair that people pay their fair share. And why would only the people who are honest enough to do it? Yeah, so thank you for that. And oh, sales tax. I always thought that the city gets 1.5%. Now I see 2.5. Did something change or was I wrong?
Yeah, so that's our measure, M or N. So the city rate is 1.5, but we had that measure passed for the additional 1%. So that's why we are now at 2.5%.
Good. Anything that helps.
The thing is that measure sunsets in 2026. And so we'll be needing to come back to
Which measure?
the additional 1% sales tax. So that one had a sunset on it. And so that one will need to come back to extend that again. And that's obviously it's a significant part of our
Yes.
sales tax
To
revenue.
go to a vote.
Correct. It would have to go to a
Oh,
vote.
okay. Thank you. And salaries and benefits are almost 60% of the general fund expenditures. Has there been a stable percentage? I don't know enough about the previous years. Is that?
I think as we're adding more positions, it is increasing a little bit, but I can tell you a lot of cities are typically 70 to 80%
Yes.
on their salaries and benefits. And so we're still on the low end, but it is increasing.
Well, that brings me to the list. Thank you for the update. Because this just shows that if people think not enough is being done in the city, I don't think people can see this, but the more and more yellow, that means things have been completed. And these are so many projects. So I just want to thank everybody who works at the city and who makes more lines yellow. So, and especially with fewer, with so many open positions, vacant positions, it only means that other people are working harder. So, and only one more thing. So I'm happy to see the $250,000 for tree maintenance because we know there's a backlog. But of course, there's my record, my how do you say that anyway? We also need to have an annual budget to prevent this from having such a balloon payment in the future again. So this is good to catch up, and then we need to keep on going.
Yes, one of the goals that the city council set for me was developing these maintenance and infrastructure plans for all of our infrastructure, from parks to roads to signs to facilities. And we are working on that internally. So Juan Perez is developing these in-depth spreadsheets. I think I might show Elizabeth some of it.
Yes.
And he's doing a really good job. And so we're hoping by the end of the year that we'll have our first cut that we can come back to the council and look at these. And Juan is doing a really good job. He's breaking it down by parks, all the different amenities, by what we need to do weekly, monthly, annually, in facilities as we get more. And a good example is we do this pretty well with Preston Abrams Park, and we're trying to get these schedules for all of our other city facilities. But we have a 30-year plan for Preston Abrams Park. And in that plan is all the buildings, all the internal, the appliances is how often we need to replace them, the carpets, the roof, the paintings on the outside. And we have a 30-year plan, and it's broken down to annually. This is how much we need to put into that capital project fund to sustain it. And then we project out so we know, like in Abrams, we're painting this year, and it's over the next 2 years. That's $1.5 million to do that. And so we build that in. So, and then this year in Preston and Abrams both, we are actually bringing an outside consultant to look at our 30-year plan that specializes in making sure that we're looking at all the things that we need to be doing, so that we don't miss anything. And that's the granular detail that we're going to bring back to for all the city infrastructure and facilities. It's taking a little bit longer because we don't have a public works director, and we're trying to get a couple of consultants and they just didn't have products that really were what we wanted. And so we're just creating that in-house, and we're making progress, not as quick as we like, but it's a good exercise on our end of really identifying all of our infrastructure and starting to put all that together.
Yes, and I appreciate that you showed me that. And I just apologize for staff that they have to build this from scratch. Because like I said, it used to be my work 3 decades ago, and there was software then. But and I was naive. I thought they can just copy and paste from another city. But so thank you for working out, because I think we all agree that this is what we need to be able to plan, to keep things in good order, and to have enough money to do it. So thank you. Thank you for the yellow lines. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to complete this item before adjourning tonight.
Second, can we do like 30 minutes?
Sure.
Not to exceed 30 minutes?
I'll make a motion that we do our best to complete this item in 30 minutes and
Perfect.
adjourn at that time.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Second,
Second Holmes.
all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I don't think we've ever had a budget like this as far as the positive news. I think this is a historic budget when we have a unallocated fund balance of 22 million. And somewhere in the staff report, it says it's largely due to the $8 million one-time land sale revenue. But $8 million is a lot less than half of a $22 million. So I'm not sure that it's largely due to that, but it sure helps. The 8 million does get us to the 22 million. We've had an unallocated fund balance of 6 million or more for a long time. And so that means that that money has never been used. It grows like a nonprofit. If it kept growing, it's unused. We'd be asking, what that nonprofit is not fulfilling its mission to hoard or sit on unused money. In the past, we had very hard times where we were losing money fast. We didn't have large unallocated fund balances. And so we were into a small, or I should say, penny pinching mode because we had to be. We laid off a lot of staff back in the 2008 to 2000 time frame. And we've added that staff back plus. But we've never gotten out of that penny pinching mindset fully. We've started adding more with the fire department and the street maintenance. So we're moving out of it. So I wonder if we could, in the next year, get like a 5-year projection, because we don't want to spend this money if we don't have confidence that our finances, we hear a 3% increase projected for property, 2% on sales. I might be getting them reversed. But of a projection of 5 years, like Regen Monterey does, and a lot of entities do 5-year projections, and every year you go into the future, it's less certain whether that's accurate because it's crystal balling. But our finance managers have always done a really good job, like Tori today saying, hey, we got to go from 3.2 million expectation down to 1.6 on the interest. Eric Frost and others have always warned us about predicted recessions and things like that. And they figured that in mathematically to our proposed, 1 year and now 2-year budgets. And they were always really conservative. We've always been really conservative. And that's partly why we always end up, for a long time, we've ended up with a lot of unallocated reserve because we conservative. We weren't spendthrifts. So when you go to a city that aesthetically has lots of dead trees, lots of widow-making limbs that might fall in the street or at the parks, they look bad. It's bad for our image. It's just not right, So $250,000 is going to go really fast when you can't find trees in Marina, for the most part, that are well maintained. But we have rows of cypress trees, huge trees that need maintenance. And so Lock Patton Park itself might be 250 grand to be able to say, those are well-maintained trees and those are beautiful. Whoever's managing them knows what they're doing. We had some questions about the landscape architect botanist position. Grace wasn't able to communicate with us. She sent me a text saying it's not working on her end. She doesn't understand the arborist, I'm reading, botanist, landscape architect position. Please ask to have that clarified. I've never heard of one professional having that many skills, being an arborist and a landscape architect. And this is true, but we need both of those. We, on every project, have an arborist that someone else is paying for. And that adds up to probably more than an in-staff arborist. If you use them enough, it's going to add up. It's like we always have this concern about city attorney. Do we have our own city attorney? Do we contract out for a city attorney? Because there's financial pros and cons there. Same thing with an arborist. And then the landscape architect, so Kathy Biala and I have been asking Lane for years to hire this position. And in a quick brainstorm, we came up with 33 duties that person could have, which is outstripping what one person can do. But our entire city is filled with potentially aesthetic vegetation and really expensive. So when 2nd Avenue was beautifully done by Shay, the median, and turned over to the city, we managed it the way we managed the rest of the city. Small staff, not well trained in these unusual plants, more like gardeners who do a great job for the training that they have, but they don't have anyone above them who understands the cutting edge or even standard maintenance. And so they do the best they can, but 2nd Avenue is now dead, that median. And it's going to cost a lot of money to replace it because systemically we weren't able to maintain it. And that is the norm. That is the pattern. Brian, you mentioned Reservation Road. That's the norm. Lock Patton Park is getting a lot of volunteer participation, but where the volunteers aren't participating, that's the norm. And lately, staff has jumped on Lock Patton Park, and they're making great and quick improvements. But having someone above them who can direct, train, report to us, who has a fuller picture. So just to mention, I'm not going to go through all 33, Imjin Parkway median, that's a big job, and it's not being well done. 2nd Avenue has to be replanted. Patton Parkway, if you walk to the high school, you see the drip irrigation tubes and you don't see the vegetation where there's a lot of traffic. Who's going to fix that? Which brain is going to plan the fix? Is it going to be our staff? No. That means we have to go to a contract. Why don't we go to contract? Because of the money and trying to hire someone to look at it. And if you contracted out all these jobs, Bianca would be overwhelmed. Her arborist support, Patrick Quaybrocker, would be overwhelmed. But if you had someone 40 hours a week focusing on this and working with Public Works Director to get those contracts out, we'd have a place to put all this money, where we need it. So that's kind of my answer to Grace. And she also asks why the cost of a landscape architect degree in a salary position when you have all this contract work done by people like Bianca. There's no continuity in Bianca or Patrick. They go from project to project and then they move on, and we don't know what we did. There's no file. There's no institutional memory. But if you have a staff botanist who's properly filing all the project information, you have this continuity so that when they do 2nd median, Avenue median, reservation, they go from project to project, and there's some continuity there. There's some similarities there. They learn from the one, they do the next, rather than contracting out to different people, these different projects, and they just come from scratch. They have to start over. Landscaping at Sea Deck Hill, big hotel going in. It's going to be $130 million. And the landscape is going to be pretty important. Who's going to review it? Are we going to contract out the review and then check with us to make sure? Equestrian Center landscaping. That place is a disaster aesthetically. It's going to cost a lot of money to make it look nice. It's going to cost even more money to maintain it nice. Who's going to maintain it nice? Who's going to train the people to maintain it nice? This is the point of this position. And Grace is right that we may be asking too much of this position, but we've got to get started on that. And that person would probably say, hey, we need this help and this help because I can't be the jack of all trades. So I'm going to turn it over to answer Grace's questions about why a degree in architecture, landscape architecture, why not stay with contractors? She wants the clarification, and I've done my sort of attempt, but I want to turn over to you so she
No,
has that benefit.
I think you've articulated it really well. We need a lot of consistency on our end, and maybe it's asking too much. Belinda is, I think she has the job description, based on that, and yeah, it's going to be a challenge to get somebody who has a landscape architect degree and botanist and arborist, but we're going to give it a shot and see if we can find that person. We're going to continue to have our contract landscape architects, but as you talked about, we need that consistency internally to manage all these projects that are going on, and these projects are going to continue on in the future. In addition, we have this habitat management resource plan that Denise Stuffing Associates is working on right now, and been working on for almost 2 years now. They're getting close, and we should bring that back to the council. But when that's in place, we're going to have this whole habitat management plan that we're going to need someone to oversee, provide oversight to that plan. And again, this is the position that would do that, and that'll save us money. Otherwise, we're contracting out on that. Typically, we're paying $250 an hour plus for these outside contractors now. And so I think you really articulate very well. We have so much going on, so many projects, so many needs in our parks, these endangered species every year. It'd be great to have someone that we had these sites. We have, like when the Holiday Inn Express went in and they did the mitigation area for St. Gilia, and we didn't have any body or person oversight. And so it's really starting to get ahead of that because we are establishing some of these mitigation areas. And so it just helps us a lot of ways. And honestly, we may have far more work this position has the ability to do, but at least it's our first crack at it. And we maybe come back to the council and say they're going to need help.
Thank you, Mayor. And, I know in February, March, we're going to have that strategic planning meeting. And, something that I would also like to discuss is a housing programs manager. And then, maybe some sort of down payment program, rental assistance, some sort of housing trust program. So, I mean, I think the botanist is great. But I also want to, also like serve the residents. We have a lot of residents who are suffering and having hardship. So I'll just sort of leave it at that. Thanks.
Is the TOT, I thought that our TOT rate, 14%, that we only get 100% of what we've added. I didn't know that we got 100% of 14%.
It's 100% of 14.
Okay. When you mentioned that, go ahead.
And as we continue to add more hotels, TOT from hotels is going to, well, already is a significant part of our revenue. But with that hotel project that we're talking, the CFD, you're talking millions more of TOT that project up there will generate. And so when you look at the 60,000 that'll be contributing into the CFD, that'll be contributing millions annually into the general fund with TOT revenue.
It's hard to understand until you hear these numbers. Walmart, last I checked, generated about $900,000 a year sales tax to us. The whole big box center at the Dunes was about $1 million at the same time that Walmart was 900 million. I saw 900,000. So let's call it 2 million. The two hotels we have now on Fort Ord are generating about 2.9 million. That's more than Walmart and the big boxes together, those two buildings. And they're, together they're about 200 rooms, something close to that. 94 and 108, whatever that adds up to. The 300 rooms coming are going to include 200 rooms of high end and 100 rooms not so high, but as high as the one we've got. So it's going to double the revenue from 2.9 seven, whatever it is from those two to nearly $5 million a year, far outstripping Walmart and the big box collection of big boxes there. So you're right. And that's, that TOT is what we're going to depend on. However, there's about 1,500 new hotel rooms under construction or being planned in our area. So the occupancy of all of them is going to go down because unless the tourism goes up to fill those rooms, it's going to be a lot more tourism than we have now because they're not filling up that number of rooms. So for that number of new rooms to be filled up at the same occupancy rate we have now, there's going to have to be more bodies coming. If there's not more bodies coming, that means you have to differentiate. Why would they come to our hotels? So our hotels are going to have to be special to attract, to compete with all these new rooms coming on. So it's really important that we keep our city looking nice and do all the other things that we're talking about with the money that we have. The CSO, we have started this smoking ordinance, this community services officer. We have a new smoking ordinance. There's almost zero enforcement of it. Carmel is installing cigarette butt dispensers around Carmel. And they called us. They said, hey, we got a grant. Can we give some to Marina? I said, well, that we don't want to encourage. We still have the cigarette butt dispensers outside City Hall. Is it legal to smoke there? No. What does the cigarette butt dispenser say? They encourage you to smoke. So I don't know if this CSO is going to cover lower priority stuff, but we have people feeding wildlife at our parks. What that does is it ruins the pathways, the concrete, it ruins the landscaping just because of squirrels. Too many squirrels because they're getting fed enormous amounts of food. So we have lots of squirrels damaging our property, our assets. So it's low priority, why worry about, feeding wildlife, but it's big dollars and it's aesthetically impactful. So does the CSO get that deep, or you have so many other priorities, it's not going to get that deep. It's not going to get that deep. Smoking, littering, graffiti, feeding wildlife, these low priority things.
We won't get that deep because actually feeding the squirrels is not illegal by definition for the fishing game. So it's one of those situations that we would like to enforce something like that, but it's not.
Oh, so we can't create an ordinance that makes it illegal.
Well, we could probably do that. Yes. But right now it's an unenforceable.
Right. And that's why, right. That's why it just says don't feed the wild. It doesn't say as per.
Right.
It might even say please. I don't know.
But our CSOs will definitely, enforce the
rules on the books.
Things, that the police officers are not.
Okay. I'm still getting complaints about the Windy Hill playground being dangerous, cutting fingers, hurting kids. I know we're getting new stuff in about 8 months to a year. But right now we have parents complaining it's unsafe, and they've been complaining about that for a while, years. They've been complaining about it being rusty, cutting, raw metal, cutting their fingers. So we have this surplus. I hope that before we do a thorough review of our entire opportunity here, which is a huge opportunity, with 22 million, you can buy that fire station. With 22 million, you can practically buy that aquatic center. You can certainly buy the sports center. And when we spent the 1.5 million on Martin Luther King sculpture, and we spent the 1.5 million on the pump track, it was like hugely warmly recepted, by the public. So we can do so much with a couple of million to up the morale and the quality of life and the recreation. That's enough for me. Now let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's my understanding that part of this budget augmentation is that we could provide staff direction. Okay, so I'm going to advocate for Preston Park, the play equipment that was removed, I guess, right before COVID and never replaced. And I definitely, agree with the mayor. Like, let's spend some of this money. I typically try to be a little conservative. But I do agree with you wholeheartedly about, and I really appreciate how you're presenting this in a way of we keep saving and saving and saving. And so let's make that investment in the community. So I would just like to put out, play equipment at Preston Park. I don't know what that dollar amount would be. And I'm also hearing from the community, and you spoke about it too, Mayor, is the current condition of Lock Padden Park. So I don't know if we can allocate. I know we recently signed the agreement with the landscape contractor for Lock Padden, but as far as the investment of draining, the water, stuff like that, like really the trees that are down, cleaning that up. I mean, I don't know what that dollar amount would be also, but I mean, I would definitely be supportive of allocating 100,000, 150, 200. I mean, Mayor, you would know better than I.
Well, I think staff are the experts, but reducing the reeds at Lock Padden that have grown beyond what they're supposed to be is a fairly big ticket. I didn't know it's 150, 200 grand, but staff would know better. But I think specific things like that we could get done sooner than later, that everyone would agree can't be done, should have been done, yesterday sort of comment. So the Lock Padden reed management that's covering the lake is one that I'm seeing shaking heads, saying yes. What else? Like I would say fix Windy Hill so it's safe. Even though we know it's going to be demolished in 8 months to a year, we don't want 8 months of parents complaining that it's unsafe. So I think fixing Windy Hill, playground. What else is somewhat easy? Not that any of this is easy, but any others? Well, we're sort of building a motion. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, safety, of course, but for the rest, I know it's tempting because we have the money, but we also have all these projects already. And we will have our retreat in half a year. So I would say let's think about this. And also, I know there's money needed probably if the reimbursement for that expensive Indian project doesn't come in on time. I don't know if we get into trouble running out of money. I don't know. So that's
It will be okay.
okay. But yeah, I would say yes, safety for sure, and Lock Padden if that can get cleaned up somewhat, because that looks horrible.
And so far, we haven't mentioned anything that's not already on this project list.
Yes.
So Lock Padden specifically, park maintenance in general,
Yes.
fits. And one thing we haven't mentioned, there was a traffic advisory committee meeting yesterday, and several people from Sea Haven said, hey, if there's people shooting guns, you'd get the police out. That's unsafe. We have people driving vehicles 60, 70 miles an hour, they said, on Marina Heights Drive. And they said it's really dangerous. They don't want their kids outside. They're saying those vehicles are sort of like bullets. They're deadly the way they're being used. The response was honest from staff. We only have one engineer. That one engineer can't handle things like traffic study reports, addressing a problem like that. And the money, then they were told that there's not enough money either in the budget. We see that, things are changing in that regard. So that led to traffic calming ideas. And historically, police and fire haven't wanted to put in speed humps, speed bumps, speed cushions. Speed bumps are old style. No one wants speed bumps anymore. But speed cushions, speed humps, you see them at CSUMB, Fresno, San Luis Obispo, Oregon, Washington, Santa Cruz, speed humps, speed cushions, modern calming devices are all around us, Monterey. And the fire chief said, as long as we can get our vehicles through them because they're segmented, so wide axles can go between the segments of the cushions. And the police department, Richard Cox, our commander, basically said, we're fine. We slow down all the time at intersections when we're on emergency responses. This is not going to significantly increase our response time. That has to be dealt with in public, but that was their response. And so for years, people on Beach Road, Messenger Lake, Carmel, to some lesser extent, Rain Dollar and Vaughn, these streets have been used, for high-speed traffic. And I had my cross-street neighbor move because I don't want to raise my little kids here because they can't go outside into the front because there's just too fast traffic. So this is not for tonight. It's probably for spending a lot of money, but I want to bring up traffic calming because we've never put in traffic calming like bumpy things, except for at Windy Hill Park. And that was the Cadillac approach that cost almost $1 million. And that's not what we're talking about everywhere you need one. There, you know, the VW approach is you put in a small speed cushion. Sometimes they're portable. That CSUMB, that they're portable. They hammer them in, they move them around. If they're too frequent or not frequent enough, they move them around. They're not expensive items. So that's something that I hope we look at in the new year. But Edri at this traffic advisory committee yesterday, Edri, our engineer, contract engineer, said that he's already moving ahead with the traffic reports and everything that you need before you're going to put in. But they did one traffic study that showed the median traffic on that road was 18 miles an hour faster than the speed limit. That means half of the cars were going 18 miles per hour more than the speed limit, and half of them were going less than 18 miles an hour more than the speed limit. But anyway, it showed that it's a lot of speeding going on. So I just wanted to bring that up because I learned it yesterday. My last comment, Lane mentioned that Denise Duffy and Associates has taken 2 years to give us a botanical product, and we're paying them $250 a year. The delay of 2 years is delaying us from taking actions we need to take, and we're paying through the nose. So if you have someone in staff, that task wouldn't take 2 years unless they were so overwhelmed that they couldn't get to it. So that's another problem. We'll find that out once we ever get someone on for that. We don't have an oak tree policy. If you own a home, you can cut down any oak tree you want. Doesn't matter if it's big, small, just cut it down. You don't even need a permit, just cut it down. Well, you probably can't find another city that you would think is a good city that has that kind of a policy, but we don't have anyone can take the time out to do that. So that's one of the 33 sort of items is tree management in our city. And there's only one question I want to ask Lane on this document. It says that street lights replacement are complete. And that's been a big bugaboo of cancels because street lights fall down and then they might take longer than we want. So my question is, are all the street lights, since it's complete, does that mean that all the ones on Patton Parkway and all the ones at Reservation Road roundabouts, they're all in place?
They said all the ones that they have completed all that, but I know Patton Parkway, they aren't able to get, I don't think they're able to get that style again. So I'll need to follow up on Patton Parkway.
Okay, so that's not complete. Something has to happen for that to be complete.
Yeah.
And then the last thing is these chairs. I've been asking for about 2 years. I don't know why it takes so long to get 7 chairs.
Sure.
Every city has adequate chairs. So I just don't understand that. But that seems to be, one of those few things that should be done without having to wait for our budget session to ask again why we can't get new chairs.
And we have money.
That's one extreme. This is the other extreme. And I still can see. I need to see better. But anyway.
So noted.
Okay.
Very, very well.
Okay, let's go to, I'll motion we go to 10:35. We have a couple of council members. I'm done, but we have a couple of council members that have comments. I'll motion we go to 10:35.
Second.
Okay. All in
Second that.
favor? All in
Aye.
favor, please say aye. Aye. Councilmember Vischer.
No, I'll just keep it short.
McCarthy?
Instead of 7 chairs, we will need a couple more for staff who are sitting here for hours and hours as well.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I'll stop.
Always looking out for staff. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you. My comment's pretty brief too. I think what I heard Councilmember Vischer say is something along the lines of approving, the recommendation tonight, be thinking about, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember, but be thinking about the items, right, that on the priority list and the extra expenditures. And, when we have that meeting, I would fully support that. And that's it for me.
Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm going to complicate things a little bit. Yes, and I don't want to wait 6 months. I don't want, like exactly what the mayor said. I don't want kids, they're cutting their fingers open on the metal at Windy Hill Park. So we can either put it in the motion unless, Andrea, I think Public Works went and tried to kind of fix it. I don't know.
We have funds
I know
to-
there's
to-
$6
to-
million.
So-
Yeah,
so-
okay.
So we can take care of Wendy Hill. I can
Okay.
tell you, we already have our landscape architect working on the playground plans for Preston Park. And so,
Okay.
so that will be coming back to you once that plan is developed. And then we'll know a dollar amount. For
Okay,
that.
great. I still would like to allocate some additional funds to address Lock Patton. I know it won't be the permanent fix, but at least let's get the trees cleaned up that fell during the storm. You know, how long ago? 9 months ago? 6 months ago?
And the lake,
Yes, and the lake. So I'd like to allocate,
I'd say 500 grand.
okay,
There's a lot of trees and the lake is expensive.
so 500,000 for that. And then I would like to allocate $5,000 for chairs.
Actually, it'll be more than that.
Will it? Will it?
And we already
Okay.
have the money.
Yeah. So I think we're fine.
Okay, okay, perfect. So that's what I would like to include in the motion. And then the mayor, if you want to,
I'll second the motion for discussion. Go
okay.
ahead.
I'm just, and then I'm thinking about the botanist position, or we just, do you want to?
It's in the,
It's in the proposed
So we're
budget.
going to stick with the arborist, botanist, try to find that unicorn person, and then we can talk about,
it'll
that.
change over time, but that's a start.
okay,
That
okay,
person can tell us what we really need.
Right,
once They
okay.
understand the landscape.
okay, perfect.
Landscape architect. And I'd like to say, let's go to Councilor McCarthy. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just, so I fully support the allocation for Lock Patton. I spoke at a Parks District meeting today, just speaking about what a jewel it is to the city. And having said that, we've allocated quite a bit of money towards Lock Patton already that we haven't spent yet. So I'm kind of asking myself, what are we doing here, right? Like, kind of like to see some specificity on what that money is going to be spent and how it's going to be spent and when it's going to be spent. 500 grand is a lot to, I mean, I'm just a little confused with what that does. Like, are we just moving it into that bucket so that we can have the what, when, where, why, how a little bit later? Or are we doing that tonight?
I think that we put 100 grand for planning purposes. And if we didn't use for planning, we were going to do it for we were going to use it for maintenance. But it might cost 200,000 or 300,000 just to trim all the trees at Log Patton. It might cost about that much to do the lake. But I think that we should direct staff to do those two items. I think those are the biggest items at Log Patton that need it. They've been doing really good work on weeds and pathways and the amphitheater the last few weeks. Those are small items. And then the bigger items are what we're talking about, those two things. And they got to work on removing that big fence with the antenna, foundation, concrete, eyesore, but that's going to take some more time. I don't think we need that right now, but we will need that soon. But so I think trees and lake.
Okay, and because I'm a little confused about the trees, when the city manager was talking earlier about risk exposure, were you kind of talking specifically about trees and parks, or were you thinking about more about like trees falling on houses, or are we talking about the same thing? Or
It's trees in city rights of way. So it'd be lot in parks, but you look at the trees around here, and I mean, and I think Mayor's honestly, it will be more than 250,000. I put in
Wow.
there.
Del Monte Boulevard between
It,
on the on-ramp, dead big trees. Have a
Okay.
storm. They fall over.
it's a start, but I can guarantee you I'll be coming back for additional. But with Lock Patton, and I think that this is Allison's project. So she's working with a consultant to look at the implementation plan the city adopted for Lock Patton Park and the park district's master plan. And they're working on a scope to move it forward, to figuring out this is what we need to do on the reeds removal and hit that balance. And so we have 100,000 set aside for that, but nothing programmed for the actual work. And so setting aside money will allow us really to move that forward.
okay, well, and again, I fully support the allocation. I just want to be a little bit clear about what we're doing and why we're doing it. Thank you.
In 2014, we cleared the reeds without extensive planning. We just went out to contract and they got it done and it was beautiful. It's going to come back. It's like flossing your teeth. You got to do it every now and then. So it's not the end all, but every 10 years, we got to do it. 7 to 10 years, we got to do it. So I don't know why we need to do very much advanced planning Everybody in the city knows we've got to clear that, and we've already done it 10 years ago when we had Christine Diorio here. So I think we should get it done as soon as possible, and everyone in the city is going to be happy about that, except for some birders, because it's not great for birders to clear that out. Some birds were going to benefit, but most birds won't. But still, we have this agreement that it's going to be a balance between open water and vegetation, and now we've gotten way out of balance, obviously. And then all those huge cypress trees all over Lock Patton Park, mostly along pathways and such, they're going to need to be done sooner or later for safety and aesthetics and tree management. So why not do it now? And that's what I think we're talking about, trees and lake. And so many people are going to be happy to see those changes. Okay, Councilmember McAdams.
I am just ready to vote if we're all ready to vote.
Okay. Brian, I have a question for you. The 45,000 allocated to Lock Patton sort of as matching money from the park district. I'm hoping the faster we move to spend this money, we'll get that money. Is that your?
At this point, we'd have to re-engage with the Parks District because that was
Another
much-
cycle.
Yeah.
That cycle is over
I
as
think
of
so.
June 30th this
But
year.
I suspect, if I had to guess, that they're still willing to be good partners. So yes, I would agree with the intent of what I think you're saying.
So probably we want our staff to talk to their general manager and say, you offered this, we didn't take advantage of it, we're ready to move. Can you please have your board approve that 45,000 anew?
Yes. And in fact, in today's meeting, they actually, different people had kind of recommended that, including their attorney had said they would like to talk to our attorney about some of the proposals. So yes, communication between the two entities, I think would be really good.
Okay. Any more comments before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone, especially the staff who are still here. Tori, fantastic job. You're the
Thank you,
bearer of the
Tori.
best news we probably ever had. And it's understandable. Well done.